Chapter 431. The Underground Godfather of South America. When did this happen? Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. His sharp eyes were as black as ink, so deep that it was impossible to see through them. He knew about the power of the families and tycoons all over the world. If the He family really had such power in South America, it was impossible for Hua Xiaoheng not to know, because this was one of his main jobs. Zhao Liangzi flipped through the file for a while and said, "It should have happened in the last few years. It is said that the He family has always been very low-key, but 7 years ago, when He Zhichu entered the largest law firm in the United States as a partner, the He family gradually surfaced in South America." Hua Xiaoheng's hand tapped on the file twice and shook his head. "This doesn't convince me. Continue investigating. If the He family really had such great power, it's impossible for there to be no news at all. So much wealth and influence couldn't be built in a day and night. So, there's something that doesn't make sense." Zhao Liangzi originally thought that he had investigated thoroughly enough, but he didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to say that there were really loopholes everywhere. He took the file back dejectedly and whispered with his head down, "Yes, Chief." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his dejected expression and reminded him, "There's one more thing. If we look at the timeline, the year the He family surfaced was the year we saved Nianji." "Oh. That's right. Is this also related?" Zhao Liangzi became excited when he heard this. "Is the He family really related to Nianji?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak and stared at the computer. He opened a secret program, entered the password, and clicked on the page for South America. Although it was only a map, it was processed by special software and entered the relevant data. It was simply a map of all the tycoons on the blue planet. This was also the treasure of the Special Operations Forces. In the past, South America was marked with Latin family names. They were all descendants of the upper-class colonial families of Spain and Portugal. The He family name had only risen in recent years, but it already occupied half of South America. Hua Xiaoheng moved his mouse to Central America above South America and continued to move up to the small countries along the Caribbean Sea. Barbados was one of them, and the Gu family that Gu Yanran belonged to was also one of the tycoons there. Of course, it was not as prominent as the He family. "I just want to know how a so-called low-profile family from 7 years ago could avoid the eyes and ears of our Special Operations Forces and suddenly become the underground godfather of South America." Hua Xiaoheng thoughtfully used the mouse to add a note on the map. He then pointed at Barbados and said, "Investigate the Gus where Gu Yanran is from, just like investigating the He's." "Roger, Chief." Zhao Liangzi loudly accepted the order and left with the file. When he came out of Hua Xiaoheng's office, he saw Yin Shixiang sitting there with his feet up on his desk. He didn't look like he was sitting properly. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but say disdainfully, "Big Xiong, what's wrong with you recently? Could it be that you're in heat and can't find a partner to mate with?" "Bah! You're the one looking for a mate." Yin Shixiang snorted at Zhao Liangzi. "Let's get down to business. I heard what you said to Hua Xiaoheng inside." He pouted at Hua Xiaoheng's office. Zhao Liangzi hugged the file and sat down behind his desk. He shrugged and said, "So what if I heard it? Do we still have secrets between us?" Whatever Zhao Liangzi knew, Yin Shixiang also needed to know. Similarly, whatever Yin Shixiang knew, Zhao Liangzi also needed to know. This was work procedure and also a necessity. In the Special Operations Forces, there was no such thing as only one person knowing everything. This was just in case. It was both a balance and double insurance. In case someone died in the line of duty, the other person could continue working. Of course there are secrets. Yin Shixiang snickered and moved closer to Zhao Liangzi to whisper, "For example, you never told me you liked the older sister, but you were pestered by the younger sister. You. Don't talk nonsense." Zhao Liangzi almost jumped out of his chair. He quickly lowered his voice to warn Yin Shixiang, "Don't talk nonsense like this. Otherwise, I'll tell your future wife all your bad habits." "What bad habits? What am I afraid of? How can a man not have bad habits?" Yin Shixiang stood up nonchalantly and looked at Hua Xiaoheng's office. He wanted to go in and say something. Zhao Liangzi caught up and grabbed his collar. "It's really okay. Then I'll tell your future wife in the future which Playboy girl you like to masturbate to." "Shut up." Yin Shixiang's face instantly turned red. He warned him fiercely, "How did you know? This is my personal privacy. It's not work. You can't talk nonsense." "Ha ha 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 ha." Zhao Liangzi laughed so hard he couldn't stand straight. "You really do. I was just bluffing, ha 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 ha." Yin Shixiang realized he had fallen into Zhao Liangzi's trap. He kicked him angrily and rushed into Hua Xiaoheng's office without looking back. He slammed the door shut. Hua Xiaoheng looked up from behind his desk and looked at Yin Shixiang calmly. "What's up?" "Hua Xiao, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it." Yin Shixiang saw that Hua Xiaoheng's expression was normal. It was as if he hadn't heard Zhao Liangzi's gossip outside. Yin Shixiang's face heated up a little. "Then come in after you've thought it through." Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the door and gestured to Yin Shixiang that it was on the other side. Yin Shixiang chuckled but didn't turn to leave. Instead, he walked to Hua Xiaoheng's desk and lowered his voice. "Hua Xiao, we've been investigating this and that, but we haven't found much. Actually, have you ever thought about directly starting with Nianji?" It wasn't that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't considered this problem, but Gu Nianji's memory was a big obstacle. If she could remember things from before she was 12 years old, then they wouldn't have to spend so much effort to investigate. However, whenever she tried to recall the past, her brain would ache violently. The worst case was when her entire body spasmed during hypnosis and she almost fainted. Since that time, Hua Xiaoheng never mentioned hypnosis to awaken memories again. Chen Lai, the instigator of it, didn't dare mention it either. When Gu Nianji went to see a psychiatrist, it was only a routine checkup. Just pretend that Nianji's memory is completely unrecoverable. So don't even think about starting with her. Hua Xiaoheng paused and rejected Yin Shixiang's suggestion. Yin Shixiang quickly said, "I know we can't use hypnosis to awaken her memory, but we can use other methods." "What other methods?" "For example, we can gradually tell her some of the information we know and see how she reacts. We don't want to try to awaken her lost memories, but to let her re-receive the information she should be familiar with. In time, maybe it will have a positive effect on her." Yin Shixiang relied on his understanding of the human heart, not the brain. For people, even if they lost their memories, some things were engraved in their bones and would always show up inadvertently. Hua Xiaoheng nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. Go on." With Hua Xiaoheng's encouragement, Yin Shixiang became even more enthusiastic. "Here, it's recent. Didn't we find out that He Zhichu might have known Nianji in the past? We can reveal to Nianji that they might have known each other in the past, then ask her if he did anything special when she was with He Zhichu. If he did, it would be more helpful for us to find the truth and help Nianji find her family." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiang and said calmly, "When was Nianji ever with He Zhichu? You have to be careful with your words." Yin Shixiang was speechless. Damn it. He was just expressing his thoughts. How did Hua Xiaoheng take it to such an extent? Yin Shixiang opened his mouth to defend himself, but looked up to see the corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips gradually twitching. He immediately accepted the criticism. "Yes, Chief, I didn't express myself. What I mean is there any difference when she and He Zhichu interact in private?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Forget it, this guy might be doing it on purpose. Hua Xiaoheng didn't dwell on Yin Shixiang's choice of words. He thought about it carefully for a few minutes and nodded slowly. We can try. That's great. Yin Shixiang rubbed his palms together. How about I be the first person to try? Speak properly. What do you mean by trying? Hua Xiaoheng glared at him. Nianji needs to rest in bed for the next 2 weeks. I'll go ask her. This was the first watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. P.S. Thank you, Beiji's ring, for the gift of Heshabi yesterday. Oh, __intersection. Oh. Chapter 432. Since Hua Xiaoheng said he would ask, Yin Shixiang didn't want to be a busybody. He rubbed his nose and smiled sheepishly. Hua Xiao, please put more effort into this matter. It's for Nianji anyway. She will understand. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him but didn't say anything. He only turned his gaze back to the computer. This action meant that the conversation was over and Yin Shixiang could leave. Yin Shixiang walked out of Hua Xiaoheng's office and closed the door for him. As soon as the door closed, Hua Xiaoheng's gaze returned to his desk. He stared at a coffee cup on the desk for a while, then reached out to open the drawer and took out a book. The cover of the book was painted with a red rabbit. The title was The Miraculous Journey of Edward Tulane. Opening the book, there was a photo in the book's interlayer. Hua Xiaoheng took out the photo and looked at it carefully. In the photo was a little girl around 11 or 12 years old. She was wearing a pretty little princess dress and had long hair draped over the back of her head. She had dark bangs and a round, chubby face. Her eyes weren't big, but they were long and narrow. The corners of her eyes slanted upwards and curved like crescent moons when she smiled. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes all these years, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't have believed that the little girl's long and narrow eyes in the photo would grow into Gu Nianji's eyes. A chubby and even somewhat unattractive little girl, after passing puberty, her facial features actually blossomed. Then, like a rose, from the shyness of a bud to the charm of a blooming flower, she began to display her delicate and charming demeanor. In short, no one would be able to tell that the little girl in the photo was the current Gu Nianji if they only looked at the photo. Could it be because of this that Gu Nianji's family didn't recognize her when they met face to face? Hua Xiaoheng twirled the photo in his hand and looked at it over and over again. It was as if he wanted to see the wonders of the creator from the photo. The little girl in the photo was how he first met Gu Nianji. On the back of the photo was a sentence, Gu Nianji's 11th birthday. There was a date below it. It was a year ago. They had determined Gu Nianji's name and birthday based on this photo. Hua Xiaoheng stared at it for a long time before putting it back into the book. He locked the drawer and began to work. Every day, news from all over the world was sent to Hua Xiaoheng's desk. Of course, these news had already been filtered. The unimportant ones had already been taken care of by his subordinates. Only the important 5-star news and above would be personally handled by Hua Xiaoheng. Once he started working, he would be especially focused. There were no distractions in his mind. Nothing could shake his tenacious mind. When it was almost time for dinner, Yin Shixiang poked his head into Hua Xiaoheng's office a few times. He saw that Hua Xiaoheng was meticulously reading through the confidential documents, so he didn't disturb him. Little Zay, I'm going back to the mansion. Are you on duty today? Yin Shixiang put on his short coat. I'm so tired today. I want to go back and have a bowl of soup. The chefs in Hua Xiao's kitchen can be head chefs in 3-star Michelin restaurants. How can they not feed you? Zhao Liangzi rolled his eyes at him. All you know is to eat. Look at how much you've gained. No. Yin Shixiang was anxious. He couldn't bear to hear others call him fat. Actually, he wasn't fat. He was just tall and broad-boned, so he looked stronger than the average man. Although Zhao Liangzi wasn't thin, he was small-boned and tall. When he stood up, he was handsome. Yin Shixiang looked like a bodyguard next to him, so Zhao Liangzi often mocked him. Forget it. I'm not eating today. Yin Shixiang grumbled as he grabbed his briefcase and left the office building. Returning to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, Yin Shixiang first went to his suite to shower and change before going downstairs to the dining room to take a look. He suddenly remembered how pitiful it was for Gu Nianji to be alone in her room, so he ordered the orderly, "Send my food and Miss Gu to her room. I'll go eat with her." The orderly acknowledged and brought the food and soup to the living room outside Gu Nianji's suite. He placed them on the small coffee table. "Thank you." Yin Shixiang nodded at the orderly, indicating that he could leave. The orderly smiled. "Lieutenant Colonel Yin, you're too kind. This is what I should do." After he left, he very considerately closed the door for Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang looked at the food on the coffee table and called into the bedroom, "Nianji, dinner is ready. Can you eat by yourself?" Gu Nianji had heard Yin Shixiang and the orderly's voices a long time ago, but she didn't dare make a sound when the orderly was there. She only got up from the bed after the orderly left. Wearing her pajamas, she stuck her head out of the door and looked around. She waved at Yin Shixiang. "Brother Xiong, can you bring me the food?" Gu Nianji's mouth automatically watered when she smelled the food. She was truly hungry. Yin Shixiang nodded with a smile. He placed the food on the tray and brought it to Gu Nianji's bedroom. There was a small long table against the wall in her bedroom. It was originally used to hold jade screens, landscapes, and antiques. She moved the small jade screen and a double-sided embroidered screen of a cat playing with a butterfly into the house of bountiful treasures. Yin Shixiang placed the food on the long table, and the two of them sat on one side and began eating. Gu Nianji first drank a bowl of soup, then ate 2 gold and silver steamed buns. She also ate some shredded beef with green peppers and seafood platter before putting down her chopsticks and smiling contentedly. "Oh, I'm so hungry I could eat a cow." Luckily there was shredded beef today, otherwise I would have been starving. "Tisk tsk, you only had a few bites of that cat food, and you're already bragging about it in front of me." Yin Shixiang shook his head and chomped down on the food. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the amount of food he ate for one meal was enough for Gu Nianji to eat for 2 days. Of course, Gu Nianji was already used to the way they ate, so she didn't think it was strange. She sat to the side and slowly drank a cup of tea, occasionally straightening her back. Lying in bed for too long was also very tiring. After Yin Shixiang finished eating, he also made a cup of tea and began chatting with Gu Nianji about everything under the sun. After chatting for a while, Yin Shixiang naturally asked about He Zhichu. "Nianji, your professor, he treats you really well, and don't you think he seems to be very familiar with you?" Yin Shixiang looked down to take a sip of tea and didn't look at Gu Nianji's expression. Gu Nianji was slightly taken aback. "Brother Xiong, you think so?" "Yes, it's quite a coincidence." Yin Shixiang unknowingly mentioned He Zhichu's situation. "Look, when you were in university, He Zhichu became an associate professor at Harvard Law School and was promoted to a tenured professor in 2 years. Is that so?" Professor He was originally a top student at Yale Law School, and was already a partner at the largest law firm in the United States. Gu Nianji tilted her head as if she didn't believe Yin Shixiang's reason. "Yes, that's right. He has the ability. Since he's so good, wouldn't it be better for him to stay in the United States as a professor at Harvard Law School? But look, last year he accepted an invitation from the university's Faculty of Law to come here as a doctoral advisor, and the year you graduated, he suddenly decided to recruit a master's student." Yin Shixiang finished speaking and looked at Gu Nianji motionlessly. "Do you think it's still a coincidence?" Gu Nianji looked down and shook her head. "I don't know. I think it's a coincidence, but since Brother Xiong said it like that, you definitely don't think it's a coincidence." If it wasn't a coincidence, then it had to be intentional. If this had happened in the past, Gu Nianji would have vigorously refuted him. She didn't think that she was able to get all these opportunities because He Zhichu had opened the back door for her. She wanted to get all of this with her own abilities. But after the recent events, and He Zhichu's foresight of her ankle injury, she couldn't use coincidence to convince herself anymore. But she couldn't explain these thoughts to Yin Shixiang in detail right now. They were all just her own guesses. It's good that you know it's not a coincidence. Yin Shixiang stood up and winked at her with a smile. Anyway, I'm just reminding you. Hu Xiao will ask you when he has the chance. He strode out of the living room and cleaned up the dishes, leaving a confused Gu Nianji in a daze in the bedroom. Hu Xiaoheng finished all his work and left the office building to return to his official residence. It was already 11 p.m. He habitually went to Gu Nianji's room to take a look. The room was dark, and when Hu Xiaoheng pushed the door open, he walked straight from the living room to the bedroom. When he arrived at the bedroom, he found no one on the bed. He froze for a moment, then quickly heard Gu Nianji's voice coming from the other side of the bedroom. Hu Xiao. Is that you? Hu Xiaoheng turned around. His eyes were now used to the darkness, and he saw Gu Nianji standing up from the long table by the wall. So she wasn't sleeping on the bed, but was sitting alone in the dark bedroom. It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Mwah. Chapter 433. Why aren't you asleep yet? Hu Xiaoheng remembered it was already past 11:30 when he came in. You still need to rest. Although Qinlai said you're fine, who knows? Hu Xiaoheng walked over and naturally held Gu Nianji's hand as he led her back to the bed. Gu Nianji looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. Her eyes were focused and calm, and they sparkled in the darkness like dazzling obsidian of the highest quality. However, perhaps because it was dark, her eyes weren't as pure and clear as they were during the day. Instead, they were dark and bottomless. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help holding her waist and bending down to kiss her eyelids. Gu Nianji's body couldn't withstand Hu Xiaoheng's strength. She was as supple as a willow tree and bent back slightly. Hu Xiaoheng's kisses slid down from her eyelids, past her delicate nose, and to her plump, red lips. He sucked on her lips like she was a delicious candy and couldn't stop loving her. Gu Nianji gently nestled in his arms. Only his hot chest was the safest place for her. The unknown was faintly discernible and gradually revealed the outline of a large body in front of her. She didn't know what she would face if she peeled away the thick fog. But she knew one thing. Whether it was good or bad, her life would definitely be different from now. She could no longer hide under Hu Xiaoheng's wings and ignore the storms of the outside world. Perhaps it was because Hu Xiaoheng gave her such a strong sense of security and love that she never thought about what it would be like if she had parents. But now, she had no choice but to force herself to find everything she'd lost. Memories, family, and a clear identity. Because if she didn't find them, she couldn't be with Hu Xiaoheng forever. And she couldn't lose Hu Xiaoheng. She didn't want to lose him. Hu Xiaoheng kissed her as he carried her to the bed and covered her with the blanket. Leaning against the bed, he turned on the bedside lamp. Under the warm yellow light, Gu Nianji's small face revealed a slightly yellowish ivory whiteness. Hu Xiaoheng touched her face and asked, Nianji, how does He Zhichu normally treat you? Big Xiong and Little Zay said he treats you very differently from other people. What do you think? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. Luckily Brother Xiong had reminded her. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to answer. In the few hours after Yin Shixiang left, Gu Nianji had already mentally prepared herself. She subconsciously felt that there were some things that she couldn't say because she couldn't explain it clearly. She was also afraid that Hu Xiaoheng would be unhappy. Professor, he treats me quite well. Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe should have already told you about what happened in America. Gu Nianji blinked, her eyes sparkling under the light. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her and reached out for her, but he retracted his hand halfway and adjusted the blanket for her instead. Yes, Professor, he does treat me differently. Sometimes he seems to care about me, but sometimes he treats me strangely. For example, when I was in America, I didn't know how I annoyed him, but he chased me out without saying anything. I even injured my leg at the time, but he didn't care. At this point, Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Yes, she also injured her leg in America last time. Although it wasn't as serious as this time, He Zhichu didn't seem to care. He directly chased her out and didn't even ask for a car to take her home. She was upset and angry. She cursed He Zhichu countless times in her heart. Later, she met Mei Xiaoan, who had flown over from the Hua Xia Empire to look for her. She was finally touched by his pursuit, and this time, she said she might be paralyzed. He Zhichu's tone was extremely disdainful. It was like he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Why was he so sure that she would be fine? Even Chen Lai couldn't guarantee it. Hu Xiaoheng was even more nervous. He practically tied her to the seat in the car so she couldn't move. But it would be a lie to say that He Zhichu didn't care about her at all. He Zhichu was always furious when he found out that someone had hurt her. She still remembered the time in America when the American campus police officer's greasy hand was about to reach out to her face when He Zhichu walked in with a gun. Seeing him like that, Gu Nianji didn't doubt that He Zhichu would kill someone. If someone dared to touch her, he would kill them. At the time, she didn't think too much about it. She only felt that He Zhichu had saved her when she was in danger and was extremely touched. If it weren't for He Zhichu's mood swings and her sensing of his unusual feelings for her, she wouldn't have felt so distant from him. But thinking about all these things together, was He Zhichu's feelings for her really as simple as romantic love? Ordinary romantic love, or even love at first sight, would he go that far for her? To this extent of caring? Sometimes, it was really on par with Hu Xiaoheng. He didn't really care about it last time. Why is he reacting so strongly this time? Hu Xiaoheng mused. Have you thought about the reason behind this? Gu Nianji hesitated for a long time but still didn't tell him about He Zhichu's old ligament injury. She wanted to confirm it with He Zhichu first before telling Hu Xiaoheng. Because when it came to Hu Xiaoheng, it was no longer a small matter, but a huge matter. Gu Nianji turned over on the bed and lay on her side next to Hu Xiaoheng's leg. She simply rested her head on his hard thigh and muttered quietly, "How would I know? He's always been a moody person. Once in his office, I said something wrong, and his gaze almost killed me." Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a long time. He patted Gu Nianji's head. "If that's the case, why don't you stop being his graduate student and transfer to another professor?" "No." Gu Nianji instinctively objected. She looked up and saw Hu Xiaoheng's silent gaze. Her heart skipped a beat. She knew she had fallen into Hu Xiaoheng's trap. Hu Xiaoheng quietly withdrew his hand and put on a businesslike expression. He said calmly, "Is there something else you haven't told me?" Gu Nianji closed her eyes. She knew she couldn't hide it anymore. After struggling for a while, she stammered. "Once, he lost his temper at me and almost strangled me. He said he couldn't find me. It wasn't his fault. He'd been looking for me for so many years." Hu Xiaoheng sat up almost immediately and pulled Gu Nianji out of the blankets. His expression changed. "What did you say? He really said that to you? When did this happen?" Gu Nianji was frightened by Hu Xiaoheng's gaze. She quickly said, "It wasn't that long ago. It was when the semester started. Why didn't you tell me?" Hu Xiaoheng's voice became lower and lower. His eyes were dark and his expression was dark. It was like the sky was about to storm. It was full of oppressive pressure. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. She looked down and twisted her fingers. I didn't think much of it. I thought he took the wrong medicine and went crazy. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know what to say. He Zhichu had already exposed so many flaws, but this little girl pretended she didn't exist. She didn't even tell him. If Yin Shixiang hadn't suggested starting with Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng didn't know how much more important information Gu Nianji would have hidden. From now on, whatever he Zhichu says or does to you, you have to write it down and send it to me every day. Do you understand? Hua Xiaoheng gave her an order. He treated her like she was his soldier, and he never disobeyed. Gu Nianji blinked. She was a bit reluctant. But I'm his student. Do I have to write down the contents of his classes? Don't interrupt me. You know what I'm talking about. Hua Xiaoheng stood up from the bed. His eyes were stern. Don't let me know you're hiding this information again. He looked at Gu Nianji. Go to bed early. I'm leaving now. Hua Xiaoheng strode out. He didn't return to his suite across the street. Instead, he went straight to the office building. Zhao Liangzi, who was on duty, saw him and asked in surprise, Hua Xiao, why are you back? What's the matter? Hua Xiaoheng walked past his desk without looking back. Come to my office. Zhao Liangzi quickly followed him in. He closed the office door and went to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, what are your orders? Monitor He Zhichu. From now on, don't miss a single second. Hua Xiaoheng sat behind his desk. His expression had already returned to normal. Zhao Liangzi couldn't see anything wrong with his expression. He could only accept the order. Yes, Chief. He returned to his seat and opened the surveillance program. He began to search for information about He Zhichu's phone, as well as his landline number and IP address. He then installed the Trojan Horse program he used. That way, he would be able to control all information about He Zhichu's external contacts. He knew his program well. It was highly confidential. Even monitoring the phone of an important CIA person would be a piece of cake. It wouldn't leave a single trace. Late at night, He Zhichu didn't sleep. He sat alone on the single-seater sofa in his bedroom. He held a glass of red wine and was about to drink. The bedroom lights were off. His face was hidden in the darkness. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. In the silence of the night, the phone suddenly made a soft ding sound. He Zhichu lazily took the phone and glanced at it. It was a notification that a Trojan horse had invaded his phone. He sneered. They're actually monitoring me. What a joke. This was the first watch. He was begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 7:00 in the evening. Chapter 434. The doors and windows of the bedroom were tightly shut, and the black gold velvet curtains of the French windows were not put down. Only the inner layer of gauze curtains hung to the ground, faintly revealing the bright sunlight outside the window. He Zhichu looked down at his phone as he downed his glass of red wine. Putting down the wine glass, he began to input various commands into his phone. He would not delete the invading Trojan horse program. He would only modify it and let it send what he wanted the program to send. Of course, it would all be fake. Who said that we must let the eavesdroppers hear the evidence? You have the guts to eavesdrop, but don't you have the brains to tell if it's real or fake? He Zhichu had a mocking expression on his face as he quickly finished modifying the Trojan horse. He endured and endured, not following the source of the Trojan horse to see what the terminal looked like. He didn't have any suitable equipment here, so he couldn't guarantee that the other party wouldn't notice if he hacked into the other party's terminal. Therefore, it was better to pretend that he didn't know anything. After modifying the Trojan horse, He Zhichu immediately saved a set of data and set it to be sent at a fixed time. This way, the other party would be able to receive his daily updates every once in a while. Of course, they were all fake. His mood was originally very gloomy, but with this thing that delivered itself to his doorstep, he gradually felt better. After checking the modified program from beginning to end and confirming that there were no problems, he put away his phone and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he was brushing his teeth, he looked at himself in the mirror with a hopeless expression. Was it because she was not by his side, or because her heart and body no longer belonged to him? He couldn't tell which was more hurtful. However, from the looks of the Trojan horse sent by the other party, they should have noticed it as well. He pursed his lips and wiped his hands with a white towel. He thought it was time. What would he do if Gu Nianji never remembered what had happened in the past? He had no choice but to take the initiative to step forward. Huashao, Professor, his daily life is very normal. Zhao Liangze had been reporting Hejichu's information to Huashaoheng every day for the past few days. He's currently at Harvard University in Boston. He might have some matters to attend to at the law school. His teaching assistant, Wen Shui, is no longer at Harvard. Huashaoheng tapped his fingers on the table and asked, "Where did she go? Did you find anything?" "Our people are trying to find it in South America." Zhao Liangze hesitated for a moment. "But the situation over there is too complicated. The government is basically a puppet and doesn't interfere. It's the local tycoons and mafias who actually control the cities and villages. In those South American countries, the authority and credibility of government officials could not be compared to the local tycoons or local forces. It might be too much to call it the underworld because there was no distinction between right and wrong there. Since there was no such thing as a righteous path, what right did you have to say that the underworld was a righteous path? Yes, continue the investigation. We can't give up. Huashaoheng said calmly, even if you have to dig 3 feet deep in South America, you have to find her. General Ji relayed Huashaoheng's words to the Standing Committee members of the Army Supreme Council, and they held a special discussion. After exchanging opinions, they felt that his suggestion was feasible. Therefore, everyone quickly voted to give full authority over the personnel of the Special Operations Forces to the Chief of the Special Operations Forces. Huashaoheng was now the chief, so he had full authority over the personnel. When the day came that he was no longer the head of the Special Operations Forces, this power would naturally disappear. The Supreme Military Council had the power to appoint the commander of the Special Operations Forces. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about the Special Operations Forces becoming an independent organization that wasn't subject to management. The appointment of Huashaoheng as the Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Army Supreme Council took effect very quickly. However, the Supreme Military Council chose to remain silent about the fact that he was also the commander of the Special Operations Forces at the same time. They didn't admit it, nor did they deny it. The outside world could guess however they wanted. After all, this organization couldn't see the light of day. However, Huashaoheng now had a public identity and could face society openly. However, he still chose to keep a low profile. He didn't appear on television, didn't appear in newspapers or magazines, and didn't expose himself online. As for his appointment, it only took up a small space in the Army's Internal Affairs Department. Deputy Chief of Staff Su was placed under house arrest and was extremely depressed. When he had nothing to do, he loved to read the newspaper, especially the Internal Affairs Department. He read it from beginning to end without missing a word. Sometimes, he even read it twice. One day, he saw the news of Huashaoheng's promotion, but he couldn't find anything about Huashaoheng's relationship with the Special Operations Forces. Deputy Chief of Staff Su thought for a while, and his face turned pale. This Huashaoheng was really influential. Mrs. Su was locked up at home and worried about her daughter, Su Piaohong, all day long. "Old Su, do you think we can go and see our daughter? I don't know how she's been living in the detention center. She's been pampered since she was young." Now that she's been treated so badly, I'm worried that she'll take things too hard. Mrs. Su sobbed and asked Deputy Chief of Staff Su to think of a way to visit Su Piaohong in the detention center. Deputy Chief of Staff Su was also worried about his daughter. That day, a group of soldiers from the security company came to their house with an arrest warrant signed by General Ji and took his daughter away. He and his wife wanted to chase after them, but they were blocked at home. They said that before Su Piaohong's case was solved, they couldn't go anywhere and could only stay at home. At that time, Deputy Chief of Staff Su was furious and yelled at the guards. He said that he was the Deputy Chief of Staff and had a lot of work to do. If military affairs were delayed, shouldn't they be responsible? Not long after, the news of him being demobilized reached their ears. Deputy Chief of Staff Su and Mrs. Su completely gave up and didn't dare to cause any more trouble. Since he had decided to be demobilized, Deputy Chief of Staff Su didn't care about the repercussions anymore. He requested to see his daughter, and if they didn't allow him to see her, he would take it to the military court. House arrest had a time limit. After a certain time limit, he would have to be dealt with by the military court. When the higher-ups received his request, they discussed it for a while and agreed to it. When Su Piaohong saw her parents in the detention center, it was already a week after she was arrested. "Dad, Mom. Mom, please save me. I don't want to go to jail." Su Piaohong cried and looked much more haggard. There weren't any expensive skincare products or cosmetics in the detention center. Her skin was dry on the inside and oily on the outside. Mrs. Su looked at her daughter with heartache and sobbed, "Piaohong, don't be afraid. Mom will find you the best lawyer. They won't be able to convict you." Although Deputy Chief of Staff Su felt bad for his daughter, he knew that Su Piaohong's crime was conclusive and had a negative impact. The consequences were still brewing and no one knew what kind of serious consequences it would cause. Under such circumstances, it was better to start the trial early. "Piaohong, wait a little longer. The trial should be starting soon." Deputy Chief of Staff Su comforted her. "When you get out of jail after 2 years, huh? I'm really going to jail. I don't want to. How am I going to face people after I get out?" Su Piaohong cried her heart out and said that if her parents didn't save her, she wouldn't want to live anymore. They made a huge ruckus in the visitation room of the detention center. It was extremely noisy. Mrs. Su cried her heart out as well. Deputy Chief of Staff Su couldn't control her and could only stand aside and let the mother and daughter vent. However, the prison guards couldn't take it anymore. A female prison guard walked in and warned Su Piaohong, number 26. "Please calm down. If you continue, you'll be breaking the rules and will be punished." "I don't care. What **T punishment? I'm going to jail, why would I care about punishment?" Su Piaohong couldn't take it anymore after holding it in for a week. She turned around and waved her arms as she walked towards the female prison guard. The female prison guard quickly took out the electric baton from her waist and blocked it in front of her. She shouted, "Assault on a police officer. Number 26, you better think this through." By the time Su Piaohong understood what was going on, the electric baton had already hit her waving arm. A sharp pain spread through her entire arm. Su Piaohong couldn't stop herself in time and lost her balance. She fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Mrs. Su saw this and wanted to rush over, but the female prison guard quickly warned her, "Don't come over. You'll be punished if you come over." Deputy Chief of Staff Su quickly grabbed his wife and brought her out of the visiting room. When the couple got home, they immediately started looking for a lawyer for Su Piaohong. After the law firms in the imperial capital found out about the case, they all said that it wasn't a good idea to take on the case. In the end, it was still JD Law Firm that took on the case. The rookie lawyer, Jean Wani, became Su Piaohong's lawyer. The case was scheduled to start in a month's time. Therefore, Jean Wani began to run to the Special Operations Forces headquarters to try and see Yin Shixiang. Gu Nianji didn't know that Hu Xiaoheng's Special Operations Forces had already listed He Zhichu as a key target for observation. She also didn't know that Hu Xiaoheng had already started monitoring He Zhichu's phone. However, she knew that her phone was completely open to Hu Xiaoheng. The calls that entered her phone had to be screened before being let in. Not everyone could directly contact her and talk to her through her phone. She focused on recovering in her bedroom for 2 whole weeks. She felt like she was going to grow moldy. Fortunately, Chen Lai sent her a letter of termination the moment the 2 weeks were over. He said that she had completely recovered and could go back to school. Gu Nianji said to Chen Lai gratefully, "Brother Chen, thank you so much. I was really afraid that I would be locked up for another 2 weeks. Remember, don't let anything slip." Chen Lai reminded her softly, "Su Piaohong's case will be in court in 2 weeks. Her lawyer is looking for evidence everywhere. She's pretty serious. Don't fall for her tricks." Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. "I know. I'm also a law student. That lawyer will have to put in a lot of effort to find fault with me." On Sunday evening, Gu Nianji packed her things and prepared to return to school. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't really see her for the past 2 weeks. First, he went on a business trip for a week. When he came back, he mainly went to the Supreme Military Council to hand over his work to the former Deputy Secretary General. He was extremely busy. Gu Nianji could only send him a text every night before she went to bed. Hu Xiaoheng would sometimes reply, and sometimes he wouldn't when he was too busy. Gu Nianji stared at her phone all day long. She would be happy for the whole day as long as Hu Xiaoheng sent her a message. If Hu Xiaoheng didn't reply at all that day, she would be depressed for the whole day. Gu Nianji also felt like she was being possessed, placing all of her emotions on one person. She wanted to quickly leave and return to the school environment. Maybe then she wouldn't be so clingy. She obviously felt that Hu Xiaoheng didn't like his girlfriend being too clingy. She carried her backpack and a small suitcase out of the official residence. Gu Nianji waited for Yin Shixiang to send her back to school. However, he didn't show up even after a long time. Finally, she had no choice but to call Yin Shixiang. It took a long time for the call to go through. Yin Shixiang said hurriedly, "Nianji. I'm at the gate. Can you come over yourself?" Gu Nianji heard the sound of an argument on the other end. She hesitated for a moment. "Brother Xiong, are you okay over there?" "I'm fine. Someone keeps trying to come in. I'm stopping her." Yin Shixiang said to Jean Wani, who was pestering him to go in. "Lawyer Jean, I'm very busy. I have to send someone out right away. I'm leaving. Other people don't have a good temper like me. Don't blame me if you get arrested." This was the 3,500-word second chapter. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 435. Jean Wani looked at the end of the tree-lined road and asked suspiciously, "There's really someone guarding it? You're not lying to me. When have I ever lied to you?" Yin Shixiang looked humiliated as he thumped his chest and said loudly, "I, Yin Shixiang, have always been upright and never lie. How dare you doubt my character?" I'm sorry. That's not what I meant." Jean Wani's face was red with anxiety. "Of course I believe you, but..." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a soft chuckle coming from somewhere not far away. The chuckle sounded like a small silver bell on a hollowed-out fragrant gold and silver embroidered ball, and it was indescribably moving to her ears. Jean Wani couldn't help looking in the direction of the sound. About 90 degrees in front of them was a beautiful girl wearing a light yellow cashmere sweater, a white wool A-line skirt, and black boots. She was carrying a backpack and dragging a small LV suitcase. She stood under the evergreen tree and smiled at them, her large eyes curved into crescent moons. It was an unforgettable sight. "Oh. Aren't you Gu Nianji?" Jean Wani recognized her immediately. "You've recovered from your injuries." She looked Gu Nianji up and down and saw that she was in high spirits. Her skin was fair and rosy, her eyes were clear, and her hair was dark. She didn't look like she had been injured at all. Gu Nianji nodded. "Hello, Lawyer Jean. Are you here to see Brother Xiong?" "I'm sorry, but Brother Xiong has to take me back to school first. Do you want to come with us?" Jean Wani had originally come to see Gu Nianji with her own eyes. She had taken on Su Piaohong's case, and one of the main crimes was causing Gu Nianji's spinal injury. The Su family hadn't seen Gu Nianji ever since the conflict with Su Piaohong and her mother at the warehouse supermarket. That was why Su Piaohong kept insisting that Gu Nianji was faking it. Even when Jean Wani obtained Gu Nianji's X-ray report and the orthopedic doctor's medical record of her ankle dislocation, it didn't help. Jean Wani also had a headache dealing with this kind of client, but since it was her client, she had to think for her own benefit. It had nothing to do with her personal opinion. This was her professional ethics. Seeing Gu Nianji with her own eyes, Jean Wani was also a little confused. She walked around Gu Nianji twice and looked hesitant to speak. Gu Nianji understood what she meant and generously extended the dislocated foot. "It's this foot." It was dislocated. Luckily, the doctor was very good and put it back in place. "And here." She turned around so that her back was facing Jean Wani. "My spine was in so much pain that I couldn't sit up for a few days. I could only lie down. I've had an X-ray and an MRI. What else do you want to ask, Lawyer Jean?" Jean Wani didn't expect Gu Nianji to immediately understand what she meant. She said sheepishly, "I just wanted to see for myself." "Are you really okay?" She turned to look at Jean Wani and spread her hands. "I don't know about that. Bone injuries can't be seen anyway, and they don't hurt now. I don't know if they'll relapse in the future." Jean Wani was speechless. She looked at Gu Nianji with a smile. Anyway, his medical records were complete. Now that his injuries were healed, he couldn't say that his previous injuries were not counted, right? That wasn't how lawsuits were fought. Jean Wani nodded. "All right then, I'll go with you. My client is still in the detention center, and the trial will only start in 2 weeks. I'd like to talk to Miss Gu and see if we can settle this out of court." If they settled out of court, they wouldn't have to go through the legal process. However, civil compensation and an apology would be necessary. Most of the time, as long as it didn't involve a life or bodily injury, it could be settled out of court. However, Gu Nianji had indeed suffered a bodily injury this time. If she hadn't been lucky, she might have been paralyzed in bed. So of course, she wouldn't agree to settle out of court in such a situation. However, Gu Nianji didn't make it sound so absolute in front of Jean Wani. She only said vaguely, "This is too complicated. I can't answer you right now. I'm sorry, Lawyer Jean. I'm in a hurry to get back to school." Seeing that it was getting dark, Gu Nianji wanted to return to the dormitory before dark. Yin Shixiang made a call and had someone drive a Hummer SUV over to take Gu Nianji back to school. Jean Wani followed without hesitation and sat in the back seat with Gu Nianji. Yin Shixiang sat in the front passenger seat and said to the driver, "Go to B University. Enter from the south gate to the postgraduate dormitory." The Hummer SUV roared as it drove out of the Special Operations Forces headquarters and towards the south gate of B University. Jean Wani kept looking at Gu Nianji along the way and tried to think of a way to talk to her. After a while, she said, "Miss Gu, your hands are so beautiful. What brand of hand cream do you use?" As she spoke, she reached out and tried to shake Gu Nianji's hand. Gu Nianji smiled at her and generously extended her hand for her to shake. She even smiled and said, "Lawyer Jean, what kind of evidence are you looking for? You can ask me directly." Jean Wani's lips quivered for a long time, but she was too embarrassed to say it. She couldn't wait for Gu Nianji to take off her clothes and let her touch her spine. Gu Nianji wouldn't agree even if she thought about it with her knees. Also, there was a burly man sitting in the front seat. Jean Wani didn't dare to act rashly. She changed the topic and tried to plead on Su Piaohong's behalf. "Miss Gu, was it a misunderstanding that day at the warehouse supermarket? My client is very sorry and regretful. I was wondering if you could give her a chance on account of her youth and vigor. Of course, a compensation will be paid and a solemn apology will be made. Just don't go to court, okay?" Gu Nianji listened quietly to Jean Wani and glanced at her coolly. "Lawyer Jean, we already gave her a chance. Did she tell you that this is the second time she's caused trouble for me?" "The second time?" Jean Wani's eyes widened. "What other conflicts did you have in the past?" Gu Nianji told her about how Su Piaohong had forced her to stop the car on New Year's Day. She added, "We didn't hold it against her at the time. We thought it was over and that she wouldn't be so reckless in the future. In the end, we did something wrong out of good intentions. If we had just taught her a lesson, she wouldn't have gotten worse and started hitting me out of habit." The corners of Jean Wani's mouth twitched as she listened. She couldn't tell that Su Piaohong was actually a troublemaker. She actually knew that it wouldn't be easy to settle this matter out of court. However, no matter how she looked at it, Gu Nianji didn't look like she was seriously injured. She thought that she should convince her to drop the charges. That way, the case would be easier to resolve. Gu Nianji couldn't do anything about Jean Wani's pestering. When they arrived at the dorm building, she was in a hurry to go upstairs. She said perfunctorily, "Actually, it's not up to me whether to drop the charges or not. This kind of personal injury case is usually prosecuted by the police. You should discuss it with the prosecutor first." "Okay, I'll go talk to the prosecutor then." Jean Wani agreed to her suggestion and got out of the car with her. Standing in front of the car door, Jean Wani squinted at the newly renovated graduate dorm building. She said enviously, "This place is really nice. Which floor do you live on?" Gu Nianji smiled and didn't answer. She turned and waved at Yin Shixiang. "Brother Xiong, I'm going up." She dragged her small suitcase into the dorm building and went straight to the elevator. Jean Wani watched her enter the elevator before turning to Yin Shixiang. "Excuse me, but can you take me back again? My car is still parked near you guys." "What a problem." Yin Shixiang was a bit impatient. "Lawyer Jean, you can't just park there. You don't have to go either. Your car should have been towed away already." As he spoke, he wrote down a phone number for her. "This is the number of the towing company. You can call and get your car." Yin Shixiang turned to get in the car and ordered the driver to drive away. Jean Wani's eyes dimmed when she saw Yin Shixiang's attitude. She looked at the phone number in her hand and left B University to get someone to take her to her car. Gu Nianji returned to her dorm. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Ma Qiqi rush out of her room. "Nianji! Nianji! Are you back?" She pounced on her with a smile. Gu Nianji quickly took 2 steps back and said with a smile, "My injury just healed. Stop, hurry up and stop." Ma Qiqi's laughter was especially loud. The entire hallway could hear her voice. "That's great. That's great. Are you okay? I was so worried. Someone kept saying that you might be paralyzed." "Who?" Gu Nianji was curious. "They're that concerned about me." "Concerned?" Ma Qiqi's laughter turned into a sneer. "That person wants nothing more than to paralyze you and never get up again." Gu Nianji put down her suitcase in amusement. Just as she was about to take off her boots, she suddenly heard someone yell her name from behind. Gu Nianji. You're too evil. Not only did you harm me, you also harmed my cousin. What grudge do I have against you? Gu Nianji turned around to see Miao Yunxiao clenching her fists angrily. Her face was streaked with tears. This was the first watch. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 436. Gu Nianji stared speechlessly at Miao Yunxiao, who was almost choking on her sobs. Pursing her lips, she turned to Ma Qiqi. Qiqi, go in first, I have something to say to Miao Yunxiao. Ma Qiqi looked at her worriedly and then at Miao Yunxiao. She said unhappily to Miao Yunxiao, remember, we're classmates and will be living together for the next 2.5 years. Don't go overboard. She nodded at Gu Nianji and went back to her room. Miao Yunxiao snickered after Ma Qiqi went in. What? Are you afraid your roommate will find out about your scandal? Gu Nianji, that's all you've got. Gu Nianji had wanted to have a nice chat with her, but when she heard this, she knew it was pointless to waste her breath. She immediately pointed at the door and said calmly, get out. Miao Yunxiao didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so rude as to kick her out. Why should I go out? I didn't do anything wrong, why should I be ashamed? She clenched her fists, her curls falling messily on her shoulders. She looked like an angry poodle. Because this is my dorm room, I have the right to ask you to leave. Gu Nianji continued to point at the door, her tone unquestionable, get out. Ha, how dare you tell me to get out? You really have no manners, you're a bastard born to a mother but not raised by a father. Slap. Before Miao Yunxiao could finish, Gu Nianji raised her wrist and slapped Miao Yunxiao's face hard. I'll slap you every time I see you if you dare talk about my parents like that. Miao Yunxiao felt half her face go numb. She covered her cheek and sneered at Gu Nianji, you hit me when you can't win. That's all you got. As she spoke, she took out her phone and dialed the school police's office number. She shouted, someone come quickly. Someone is hitting me. I've been hit. I'm at the new post-grad female dorm. The campus police received Miao Yunxiao's call and immediately drove the campus police car to the 6th floor of the new post-grad female dorm with a few people. Gu Nianji saw that Miao Yunxiao had called the police and immediately knew she had fallen into her trap. Miao Yunxiao's previous anger, choking, and insulting words about her parents were all to provoke her into hitting her. As long as she made a move, there would be no reason even if she was in the right. Miao Yunxiao would then have a reason to sue Gu Nianji. So unless Gu Nianji withdrew her accusation against Su Piaohong, Miao Yunxiao would also sue Gu Nianji. This was a trap, one after another. The goal was to force Gu Nianji's side to withdraw the lawsuit. Gu Nianji's mind raced as she figured out the ins and outs of the situation. Her eyes darkened. No, she did not regret it. Even if she had thought of this earlier, she would still have hit him anyway. But she couldn't let Miao Yunxiao have her way. Trying to lure her into a trap. It wasn't that easy. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and suddenly charged forward again. She grabbed Miao Yunxiao's hair and was about to slam her head against the wall. Miao Yunxiao was scared out of her wits. She had already called the police, so why was Gu Nianji attacking her? Did she really want to go to jail? But even if Gu Nianji went crazy, Miao Yunxiao couldn't let Gu Nianji slam her head against the wall. If she got a concussion or even lost her mind, Miao Yunxiao would be the unlucky one. She would be even more unlucky than her cousin going to jail. In a moment of desperation, Miao Yunxiao used one hand to stop Gu Nianji's hand from grabbing her hair. When she was nervous, she used a lot of strength and immediately bruised Gu Nianji's fair wrist. She used her other hand to push Gu Nianji. Ma Qiqi hadn't been sitting in the room for long when she heard the sound of fighting outside. She immediately opened the door and rushed out. She saw Miao Yunxiao and Gu Nianji wrestling. Gu Nianji was grabbing Miao Yunxiao's hair and Miao Yunxiao was twisting Gu Nianji's wrist. Ma Qiqi quickly ran up and grabbed both Miao Yunxiao's and Gu Nianji's arms. She said anxiously, "Talk nicely, don't fight. Let go of me. Let go of me." Miao Yunxiao's scalp was hurting from Gu Nianji's grip. She was desperate to get away from Gu Nianji and didn't want to be slammed against the wall. She used all her strength to shake off Ma Qiqi and kick Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had learned some kung fu from Hua Xiaoheng. Although it was all for show, she was much more agile than most girls. Her wrestling with Miao Yunxiao looked random, but she controlled the rhythm and only exposed her shoulders, back, and other areas that were more resistant to hits. Miao Yunxiao punched her a few times. Ma Qiqi had practiced ballet for many years and was more agile. Although it was a bit difficult to pull two people at once, she could still handle it. Only Miao Yunxiao instinctively felt that Gu Nianji was going all out to knock her out of her mind, so she fought back shockingly hard. Just as the campus police broke down the door, Miao Yunxiao threw a sweeping kick at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had to split her attention between taking care of Ma Qiqi and keeping an eye on the door. In a moment of carelessness, Miao Yunxiao's sweeping kick landed on her calf. Luckily, she withdrew her leg quickly and avoided most of the force, but her calf still burned from the sharp tip of her high heels. "Stop! Stop! Don't hit her." The campus police swarmed around the disheveled Miao Yunxiao and restrained her arms. "What's going on? Show me your ID." Miao Yunxiao howled in anger and glared at Gu Nianji with bloodshot eyes. She gritted her teeth. "Gu Nianji, you're so sly." Ma Qiqi quickly helped Gu Nianji up and asked anxiously, "Is your leg okay? Didn't you just hurt it? Now you'll have to rest for at least half a month." Gu Nianji frowned and slowly stood up with Ma Qiqi's hand. She pointed at Miao Yunxiao and limped to the campus police. "Luckily you guys came." It was her. She came to our dorm and made a ruckus and cursed. I tried to reason with her but she wouldn't listen. In the end, she got physical. She was the one who hit me first. I was defending myself. Miao Yunxiao cried as she was pinned down by two burly campus police. She couldn't move at all. "You've got the wrong person. I called the police." "It was you." "Yes. You can see the number of the police." Miao Yunxiao was furious and glared at Gu Nianji. She swore she wouldn't let Gu Nianji get away with this. She was hoping to use this method to force Gu Nianji to back down and drop the charges against her cousin. But somehow Gu Nianji got into a fight with her and the campus police saw it with their own eyes. A one-sided assault and a gang fight were completely different legal responsibilities. The campus police looked at each other and were about to check the number of the police when Gu Nianji sneered, "Haha, how thorough. You called the police before you came to fight us just to get away with it. You're a thief, crying thief." Miao Yunxiao was furious and turned to Ma Qiqi. "Qiqi, say something fair. Who was the one who started it?" Ma Qiqi said pitifully, "I was in the room and didn't see who started it. I only knew they were already fighting when I came out." Miao Yunxiao was still cursing at Nianji. Gu Nianji looked down at her bruised wrist and extended it to the campus police. "Here on my leg. I have injuries all over my body. I can go to the hospital to get them examined." "Me too." Miao Yunxiao didn't want to be outdone and quickly said, "I can also get a forensic doctor to examine them." "Are you stupid? Do you really have to get a forensic doctor to examine a conflict between classmates?" Gu Nianji pretended to be shocked. "Or did you come prepared to start a conflict and fight with me, then quickly get a forensic doctor to examine them and then accuse me of being the victim? This is a false accusation and I won't give in. I'll fight you to the end." Miao Yunxiao's plan, which she thought was flawless, was crushed by Gu Nianji's words. She couldn't say, "Yes, that's what I was planning. Otherwise, why would you drop the charges against my cousin?" Now it was all over. She was beaten for nothing and didn't do anything. That person's plan didn't work. Miao Yunxiao's expression changed several times. There was a clear handprint on the left side of her face, but it wasn't as obvious with her disheveled hair. Gu Nianji's face was also flushed and there was a bruise at the corner of her eye. It looked like two girls had gotten into a fight over a disagreement. If this kind of thing had to be taken to court, then the Huaxia imperial judges would be tired to death. The campus police also didn't intend to escalate the dorm fight to the legal level. It was still the same thing. Unilateral assault had serious consequences. But when two people fought each other and didn't cause any serious injuries, they usually just had to write a self-reflection and submit it to the counselor. The campus police handled this kind of thing with ease. Gu Nianji's counselor, He Zhichu, and Miao Yunxiao's counselor were notified quickly. Their counselor, Gue Suyao, was also called to the female dorm. He Zhichu had just gotten off the plane when he received the call and immediately told the driver to rush back to school. News of Gu Nianji's dorm fight also quickly reached Huaxiaoheng. Zhao Liangzi received the news and stared at his phone for a full minute before running to Huaxiaoheng's office with a strange expression. "Huaxiao, Nianji just fought with her roommate at school and was ordered to write a self-reflection." Huaxiaoheng was speechless. It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Mwah. Chapter 437. Fight? What fight? How could there be a fight? Did she get hurt? Huaxiaoheng was silent for a few seconds before throwing out a series of questions. Finally, he paused and asked in an ethereal voice, "Did she win?" Zhao Liangzi was speechless. He didn't know how to answer. "I was just asking." Huaxiaoheng saw that Zhao Liangzi was stunned and didn't ask anymore. He stood up from his seat and put on his jacket. "Let's go take a look." "No. No need to rush." Zhao Liangzi finally snapped out of it. He wasn't as articulate as Yin Shixiang to begin with, and now that he had encountered so many unexpected events, he stuttered, Nothing. Nothing serious, and she wasn't seriously injured, just a few bruises." Huaxiaoheng walked towards the door and said calmly, "You haven't told me who she fought with." Zhao Liangzi hurried to catch up. "Big Xiong has already gone to Nianji's school to deal with it. The news is that she got into a fight with Miao Yunxiao, her original roommate. They had a fight on the first day and moved out." Zhao Liangzi read Miao Yunxiao's information. Her aunt is Su Piaohong's mother, so they're cousins. Huaxiaoheng understood, so she's fighting for her cousin's family. Doesn't she know that fighting won't solve her aunt's problem? Our people don't know much about that. They only know that the two of them fought in the dormitory and alerted the campus police. They then notified their respective tutors and class counselors. Zhao Liangzi looked down at the text message from the university and the photos of the scene on his phone. Of course, the photos weren't very clear. After Gu Nianji became an adult, their people didn't follow her around 24 hours a day. They only rushed over when they heard that something had happened and sent a message to Huaxiaoheng. Huaxiaoheng glanced at the photo in Zhao Liangzi's hand and saw that Gu Nianji seemed fine. Her face was a little red and the corners of her eyes were a little bruised, but overall, she was fine. Gu Nianji had learned a few modified military boxing moves from him. Her stance was good, but because she didn't have much strength, the effect was mediocre. Military boxing emphasized killing the enemy in one move, but in Gu Nianji's hands, she could only strike a pose. However, self-defense was definitely not a problem. Huaxiaoheng was relieved to hear that Miao Yunxiao was fighting with her post-grad female classmate, Miao Yunxiao. He was just curious as to what had happened to cause them to fight. He asked in confusion, "Why do you think Miao Yunxiao hit Nianji? Nianji actually fought with her." Zhao Liangze was speechless. "Boss, can you not be so blatantly protective of him?" Alright, even though he and Yin Shixiang were also very protective of their own people, they were still more reserved and knew to put on an act to show that they were impartial. However, when it came to Hu Xiaoheng, it seemed like he naturally pushed all the blame onto someone else. "Why aren't you talking?" Hu Xiaoheng turned to look at him. "Nianji has always had a good temper and a soft personality. If you don't anger her, she will never fight back." Zhao Liangze could only nod vigorously. That's right, that's right. Our Nianji is kind and generous. She never gets into conflict with others. The last time she got into a fight was against a traitor. This time, could it be another traitor?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Miao Yunxiao doesn't have the right to betray her country, but he thought of Su Piaohong from Miao Yunxiao. His heart skipped a beat. Could this have something to do with Su Piaohong's case? Zhao Liangze remembered Yin Shixiang telling him before he rushed to be university that Su Piaohong's defense lawyer, Jin Wani, hoped that Nianji would drop the lawsuit. "Hu Xiao, there's something Big Xiong mentioned before he left. He said that Su Piaohong's defense lawyer, Jin Wani, had personally mentioned to Nianji that she hoped she would drop the lawsuit so that everyone could settle out of court." Zhao Liangze revealed the news. Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and looked at him sharply. "When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" "Not long ago. Big Xiong had already written it on the daily report. You probably haven't had the time to read it yet." Zhao Liangze braced himself and said. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze was truly frightening. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him again before withdrawing his gaze. He grunted dryly and said, "I refuse to settle out of court." "Roger, Chief." Zhao Liangze quickly noted it down and sent it to Yin Shixiang. They had just come out of the office building's elevator when they received a call from General Ji's personal secretary. "Hu Xiao. Something happened to our people in South America. Do you want to come over for a meeting to discuss it?" Hu Xiaoheng's expression froze. "South America? Does it have something to do with the special forces?" "Both. There are people from your department and people from other departments." The personal secretary's voice was very nervous, but he tried his best to remain calm. It was obvious that the situation was serious. However, these people weren't like normal people who would make a fuss whenever something happened. So it was impossible to tell the severity of the situation from their external expressions. Only those who were familiar with them would be able to tell from the tone and expression they tried their best to hide. Zhao Liangze also looked at Hu Xiaoheng nervously and quietly mouthed. "Does it have something to do with Nianji's background?" Hu Xiaoheng thought about it carefully and shook his head. He also mouthed back, "Probably not. The people who went to South America to investigate Nianji's background went in secret. No one in the military knows. So it's someone from another department in the military. It's most likely someone from the Public Relations Department." Zhao Liangze concluded. "Hu Xiao, what do we do? Are you going to the military or be university?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch and picked up his phone to ask, "What time is the meeting?" The other side mumbled, "The meeting will start when everyone is here. Please come immediately." "Everyone is here. How many people? How many? How long will it take for everyone to arrive? Are you going to give orders on behalf of General Ji without making it clear?" Hu Xiaoheng reprimanded General Ji's personal secretary unceremoniously. "I'm also very busy." The personal secretary was silent for a moment before smiling sheepishly. "Hu Xiao, it's a weekend night right now." He meant what he was busy with. Everyone had a tacit understanding. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng wasn't going to explain why he was busy on the weekend, nor was he going to tell him that the Special Operations Forces had no concept of weekends or holidays. He simply said, "Think through my question before you call." He then hung up and said to Zhao Liangzi, "Let's go to B University first." Zhao Liangzi nodded and got into Hu Xiaoheng's car with him. They quickly drove to the south gate of B University. He Zhichu's car sped all the way out of the airport and kept taking shortcuts. Finally, he arrived at B University in half the time it normally took. He had just entered B University from the south gate. He didn't return to his address in the professor's building. Instead, he went directly to the female graduate student dorm where Gu Nianji was. He was wearing a khaki trench coat and carrying a thin briefcase. When he got out of the car, he quickly attracted the attention of the students passing by the female dorm. They all recognized He Zhichu, but didn't dare go up to greet him. He was famous for his unsmiling manner, and basically ignored people's greetings. Under the night lights, his eyes shone brightly, and he was unusually handsome. However, his entire body exuded an icy aura that told people to stay away from him. Many of the students who were tempted to make a move were immediately silenced. He Zhichu's expression was dark as he carried his briefcase and walked quickly to the entrance. The building manager stopped him and asked fearfully, "May I ask who you are looking for?" Men need to register before entering the female dorm. Of course, the management of the graduate student dorm was not as strict as the undergraduate dorm. Men were basically not allowed to enter the female dorm. The building manager had to call for them to meet downstairs. He Zhichu glanced at her and spat out coldly, "I'm a professor. I'm here to see a student." A student nearby said enthusiastically, "Building manager, this is Professor He from our law faculty. His student also lives in our building." Oh, this way please, Professor He." The building manager watched He Zhichu walk into the elevator and remembered he hadn't signed yet. He Zhichu walked into the elevator and picked up his phone to call Gu Nianji. In Gu Nianji's dorm, the campus police were still controlling the situation. She and Ma Qiqi sat on the sofa in the living room while the campus police stood in the middle of the living room. On the other side of the living room was Miao Yunxiao with disheveled hair and two female campus police officers guarding her. Because she kept glaring at Gu Nianji, the campus police were worried she would continue to hit people. This was the first night watch. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the second night watch. Chapter 438. The dorm room had just quieted down when a phone suddenly rang. Gu Nianji heard her phone ringing from the sofa and quickly got up to take it out of her bag. Looking down, she saw it was He Zhichu. He was her mentor, so she had to report to him for doing something like this. Gu Nianji couldn't help feeling uneasy. Also, she heard that He Zhichu went back to the United States 2 weeks ago. Was he back now? How timely. Gu Nianji thought about it silently as she unlocked her phone and quietly said, "Hello." He Zhichu's cool voice sounded from the phone, "Nianji, are you okay?" The first words from He Zhichu weren't reprimanding her, but worry. Gu Nianji sighed softly and said quietly, "Professor He, I'm fine." She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Professor He, where are you?" He Zhichu didn't reply and knocked on the door after a while. He said into the phone, "I'm at your door." Gu Nianji turned around in shock to look at the door, then at the campus police standing in the middle of the living room. She said awkwardly, "Oh, my mentor is here." "It's Professor He." The campus police quickly opened the door to see a tall, elegant man standing there. He wore a khaki trench coat and had an indescribable aura and arrogance. He scanned the room coldly and saw Gu Nianji standing up from the sofa. Her face was slightly swollen and the bruise at the corner of her eye was obvious. He Zhichu strode in and walked over to Gu Nianji as if no one else was there. He lifted her chin and carefully examined the bruise at the corner of her eye before gently pressing on it. Gu Nianji hissed and quickly shrank back with a frown. It hurts, don't touch it. Who hit you? He Jichu's voice was cold and emotionless, but it made people feel an invisible pressure. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and didn't speak. She only looked at Miao Yunxiao across the living room. Ma Qiqi also pointed at Miao Yunxiao on the other side of the living room. It was her, I saw it. Miao Yunxiao saw He Jichu's cold gaze sweep over and couldn't help shivering. She quickly said, she hit me first. She hit me first. Look, this side of my face was slapped by her. She revealed the left side of her face where Gu Nianji had slapped her. 5 finger marks could be vaguely seen. He Jichu glanced at her, then turned to Gu Nianji and asked, why did she hit you? Miao Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Professor He Jichu was openly siding with them. This was too much. What about the teacher's ethics? What about face? Didn't they want it anymore? Professor He, how can you say that? She hit me first, but you're making it sound like I hit her first. Miao Yunxiao was flustered and couldn't let the blame fall on her. He Jichu didn't want to pay attention to Miao Yunxiao at first, but she was so loud that it gave him a headache. He looked at Miao Yunxiao again and asked coldly, you said she hit you first, but where's the evidence? Witnesses, material evidence, bring them out for us to see. Miao Yunxiao choked. At the time, only she and Gu Nianji were in the living room. Ma Qiqi had already entered the room by herself, so no one else had seen it. Miao Yunxiao clenched her fists and turned to glare at Gu Nianji. How treacherous. Too treacherous. If she had known this would happen, she would have secretly installed a pinhole camera here. So you don't have any evidence and just say she hit you first. Student, are you a student of the law faculty? If you are, then I'd advise your tutor to reconsider your qualifications as a graduate student. How did you get into the B University Faculty of Law with your level of legal literacy? He Jichu mocked Miao Yunxiao without holding back. Miao Yunxiao's eyes welled up with tears of mockery, but she didn't dare nor could she talk back to He Jichu because everything he said was reasonable. Legally speaking, she had no evidence to prove that Gu Nianji made the first move. Gu Nianji could easily argue that Miao Yunxiao hit her first because as parties involved, their words couldn't be used as objective evidence. But Miao Yunxiao hesitated and looked from He Jichu's aloof face to Gu Nianji's calm face, then to the campus police in the living room. She felt like they were all laughing at her and panicked. Professor He, you can't be like this. How can you speak up for her? Professor He is classmate Gu's tutor. Do you think he's helping an outsider instead of his own graduate student? As soon as Miao Yunxiao finished speaking, a woman's voice came from the door. Everyone looked up to see it was Counselor Gue Suyao from the Masters of Law Class 1. She stood on He Jichu and Gu Nianji's side as soon as she arrived. Miao Yunxiao's heart sank when even the counselor was on Gu Nianji's side. She covered her face and turned her head away. Her shoulders shook and she couldn't help crying. He Jichu frowned, one hand in the pocket of his trench coat and the other holding his briefcase. He said to Gue Suyao, Counselor Gue, I'm just stating the facts. I have no intention of taking sides. They're both law students and I'm a law teacher. There's no way I'm taking sides. Ma Qiqi's eyes widened. Oh my. No wonder he's a great lawyer, he's a role model for us when he's lying with such righteousness. As an outstanding lawyer, he had to be careful not to be tricked by others. He couldn't admit to anything politically incorrect, even if others were trying to curry favor with him. Gue Suyao didn't expect He Jichu to ignore her and blushed in front of the students and campus police. She felt indescribably awkward. Miao Yunxiao pouted and thought to herself that Professor He's words were all righteous and flawless, but he was obviously taking Gu Nianji's side. However, no one could find fault with him. That was enough. Gu Nianji didn't dare look up, afraid that someone would see the corners of her lips curl up. The campus police in the middle of the living room finally came to smooth things over. The head of the campus police was a middle-aged man in his late 40s. He smiled at Ji-chu, "Your Professor He. We were the ones who notified you earlier. Is she your student?" He pointed at Gu Nianji. Ji-chu nodded, "I'm her tutor." "Is there anything else?" "I need to take her to the doctor to bandage her wounds." That's right, that's right." The head of campus police nodded quickly. "What we meant was for them to both write a self-examination report and give it to their tutors. Then we'll let this matter go." Ji-chu glared at Gu Nianji coldly and said quietly, "Good for nothing." Gu Nianji's head drooped even lower. "What exactly is going on? I still need to investigate it a bit. Thank you all for your hard work today." Ji-chu nodded politely to the campus police and looked at Gu Nianji. "Come with me, I have some questions for you." Gu Nianji nodded and picked up her backpack from the sofa. She obediently followed Ji-chu out of her dorm. Miao Yunxiao saw this from her room and said unhappily, "She's leaving just like that. What else do you want?" "To go to court with you." The campus police turned around to mock her. "Don't call the police for fun next time. That's illegal too, do you know?" "I called the police for fun." Miao Yunxiao was so angry she was tongue-tied. "How can you say that to me? I clearly called the police because she hit me." "She hit you? Then you called back. You hit her even harder than she did." The campus police shook their heads. "I advise you to let it go, it's better to avoid trouble. It's not like there's any irreconcilable hatred between us, so why hold on to it?" Gu Nianji had just followed Ji-chu out of the dorm's elevator when she saw a tall, handsome man in a military uniform walk in. Her eyes widened even more than Ma Chi-chi's. "What's going on? Why is Hua Xiao here too?" It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Mwah. Chapter 439. When she returned to school today, Hua Xiao didn't even show up and only asked Yin Shixiang to send her there. Wasn't he busy? Gu Nianji's heart ached after her initial shock. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng, feeling wronged, as he walked towards her. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at her. He hadn't expected Ji-chu to appear already. This person came back from abroad so quickly and just in time. Gu Nianji's heart sank a little, but his face remained calm as he smiled and extended his hand to Ji-chu. "Professor He. How nice to meet you." He made it sound like they were meeting for the first time when they had already met several times before. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't say anything. Her eyes wandered between Hua Xiaoheng and Ji-chu, unsure of their intentions. Ji-chu also laughed coldly on the inside, but didn't show it on his face. He didn't shake Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Instead, he looked at Hua Xiaoheng and asked coldly, "May I ask who you are? Weren't you pretending to be meeting for the first time? Then pretend to be thorough." He couldn't call him Major General Hua in public like that idiot Su Piaohong. That would be a trap. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Ji-chu understood and lowered his guard and hostility. He turned to Gu Nianji and said sternly, "Nianji, I just heard that you got into a fight with a classmate at school. What do I usually teach you?" He then looked at Ji-chu. "Professor, he is Nianji's tutor. Are you also here to deal with this?" Ji-chu's neck was a bit stiff, but he still nodded reluctantly. He snorted. "This is a bit complicated. Don't scold her so quickly. Also, who are you? Don't waste time. I need to take Nianji to a doctor to examine her injuries." "That's not a problem, Professor He." Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't let Ji-chu take Nianji to a random doctor. He extended his hand. "Come, Nianji. Come back with me. Your brother Chen has treated you since you were young. It's more reliable to find a doctor, you know. Hijichu was shocked, but at the same time understood that they had probably found out about Ninji's special constitution in the past 6 years. This wasn't good. Hijichu frowned slightly. Professor He, this is Huashao. She then said to Huashaoheng, Huashao, Professor He is my instructor. The campus police informed him. She then pouted. I still have to do my self-reflection. You're still unwilling. Hua Xiaoheng's voice grew harsher. How old are you? Can't you control your own emotions? Last time in the United States, you caused a huge ruckus. Professor He had to help you clean up the mess. This time, you have to trouble me again. Don't you feel embarrassed? Gu Nianji hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to actually reprimand her. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced them back and didn't let them fall. They only swirled in her eyes, making them look even more watery. She clenched her fists and wanted to explain herself, but seeing that more and more students were gathering around her, she could only hold it in. Without saying a word, she turned her head away and snorted loudly to express her dissatisfaction. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened. He didn't ignore Gu Nianji's little tantrum. But no matter what, this was a good opportunity to educate Gu Nianji. If she wanted to be with him, she couldn't be like Su Piaohong, who couldn't control her emotions and wasn't able to control her emotions. Hijichu saw that more and more students were gathering around and knew it wasn't a good place to talk. He suggested, if that's the case, let's go to my office first and explain what happened today. Mr. Hua, if you have a doctor you're familiar with, please ask him to come to my office to examine Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng waved behind him. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang hurried over. Hua Xiao. Hua Xiaoheng pointed in the direction of Gu Nianji's dorm. He said to Yin Shixiang, Big Xiong, go take a look and investigate what happened. Also, call Dr. Chen and ask him to go to Professor He's office. Do you have the address of Professor He's office? After getting Yin Shixiang's confirmation, Hua Xiaoheng said to Zhao Liangze, Little Zhe, come with me and Nianji to Professor He's office. He bowed to Hijichu. Then I'll do as you say. Hijichu nodded and said to Gu Nianji without looking back, come with me. Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that he didn't object, she followed behind Hijichu and walked out of the building. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze followed them unhurriedly to the 28th floor of Hijichu's building. As soon as Zhao Liangze entered, he secretly activated the Special Operations Force's search equipment and roughly searched the living room to make sure there weren't any listening devices or infrared recording devices. He gave Hua Xiaoheng a discreet look to indicate that everything was normal. Hua Xiaoheng then walked in with peace of mind. Gu Nianji's head was already drooping. She sat alone on the oval sofa in the middle of the living room of Hijichu's suite. Hijichu had probably gone into his room and wasn't in the living room. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and sat beside her. He said in a low voice, Can you tell me now? Why did you do it? No matter who did it first, it shouldn't have happened. Gu Nianji's tears flowed out of her eyes now that there were no outsiders. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and turned her head to avoid looking at Hua Xiaoheng. She choked out, She called me a bastard who was born without a father. Hua Xiaoheng froze. He hadn't expected Miao Yunxiao to say such a vicious word. The corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching. He had wanted to teach Gu Nianji a lesson, but couldn't say a single word. He composed himself and wondered if he was being too harsh on Gu Nianji. She was still young and had grown up under his protection. She had only begun to come into contact with society in the past 2 years. Shouldn't she take things step by step? Before Hua Xiaoheng could think of a proper response, Hijichu had appeared in the living room. He had changed into casual homeware and looked as straight as ever as if he was attending a banquet. However, his expression was icy. He walked up to Gu Nianji and asked icily, What did you say? Miao Yunxiao really called you that? He didn't speak too quickly, but his tone was frighteningly cold. Gu Nianji cringed and looked up at He Zhichu, then at Hua Xiaoheng. Thinking that they didn't believe her, she wiped her face with the back of her hand and discovered that her tears were streaked all over her face. She didn't care about her image anymore and said loudly, "That's exactly what she said. If she didn't say it so viciously, why would I hit you?" He Zhichu and Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak. Their gazes fell on Gu Nianji and were equally intimidating. Gu Nianji raised her head stubbornly and refused to admit defeat. "Yes. I hit you first. If she insults my parents like that again, I'll hit you too. Do you remember who your parents are?" He Zhichu and Hua Xiaoheng both thought the same thing but didn't say it out loud. It would be rubbing salt in Gu Nianji's wounds and she wouldn't be able to take it. If that's the case, then forget it for now. Hua Xiaoheng was silent. He couldn't encourage Gu Nianji to hit her every time she saw her, nor could he say that she wouldn't hit back or scold back. Most importantly, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't say many things in detail in front of He Zhichu. He Zhichu wasn't willing to let it go. "How can you just let it go like this? She insulted me so viciously and even hit Nianji. Nianji wants to let it go, but I won't let it go." Gu Nianji was extremely touched by Hua Xiaoheng's scolding. She wiped her tears again and said, "I didn't want to do anything to her, but if she insulted me like that and still wanted to let it go, then what's the point of living? Also, I believe there's a reason why she suddenly insulted me like that." "What reason?" Hua Xiaoheng had already thought of Su Piaohong's case. "Is it related to her cousin's case?" Gu Nianji nodded and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with an aggrieved expression. She whispered, "I'm not such a brainless person. She did this on purpose to provoke me into making a move, and then she'll sue me legally. So you made a big deal out of it and got into a fight with her?" Hua Xiaoheng said slowly. "That way, she wouldn't sue you." Gu Nianji pursed her lips, but before she could continue, He Zhichu had already sat down on her other side. He said quietly, "Nianji did the right thing and reacted quickly. If Nianji was the only one who hit her, it would be classified as a case of school bullying. As far as I know, the Huaxia Imperial Ministry of Justice is planning to arrest typical school bullies to build momentum for the new anti-bullying law." Gu Nianji was shocked. She didn't know this was going to happen. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed. He also asked, "There's such a thing?" Then this was a chain reaction. The real target was not only Gu Nianji, but also Hua Xiaoheng. They wanted to use Gu Nianji as a bargaining chip to force Hua Xiaoheng to give in on Su Piaohong's case. If Gu Nianji was caught by the Ministry of Justice because of this incident, it would definitely cause a huge uproar throughout the country. She also had a military background, so it was exactly the kind of bullying that the people hated the most. If the mastermind behind this had the intention, then it would go on the internet and turn black into white and white into black. Who knew how much trouble it would cause in the end? And if this matter was really successfully manipulated, the person who would suffer the most wouldn't be Gu Nianji, but Hua Xiaoheng. It would be even more of a blow to him than Su Piaohong's case. So, Hua Xiao, you shouldn't lecture Nianji indiscriminately. She's not someone who doesn't know what's important. He Zhichu's words struck a chord in Gu Nianji's heart, but she couldn't express her approval of He Zhichu in front of Hua Xiaoheng. She could only look down and mumble, "I know Hua Xiao is doing this for my own good, but I can be too hot-tempered sometimes. I should tolerate it. Maybe there's a better way." "Tolerate what? You didn't do anything wrong." He Zhichu stood up unhappily and pointed to a small study next to the living room. "But you still have to write the self-reflection. Don't you want to go to that room first?" This was the first 3,000-word chapter. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. The second chapter. Chapter 440. Gu Nianji also stood up and said to Hu Xiaoheng with a pained expression, Hu Xiao, I'll go over there to write my self-reflection. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know what to say, so he could only wave her over. Gu Nianji hugged her backpack and walked over, but quickly turned back to He Zhichu. Professor He, I left my laptop in the dorm, how can I write my self-reflection? You can't write without a computer. Write by hand, there's a pen and paper in the study. He Zhichu's expression was cold, but he still followed her to the small study and took out a pen and a piece of paper with a light blue cloud border. He placed it in front of her. Sit down and write properly. Gu Nianji didn't have a choice, so she rubbed her fingers and said quietly, my handwriting isn't good, please forgive me, Professor He. He Zhichu's back froze for a moment as he turned, and Gu Nianji quickly said, can I write a draft today, and then I'll type it out and send it to you when I get back. He Zhichu didn't turn around and said dryly, no need, just write it today and send it to me. But. This self-reflection will be in my personal data and will be with me for the rest of my life. Isn't it too much for me to ask to type it out properly? Gu Nianji's voice grew softer and softer, her pleading was obvious. He Zhichu shook his head, don't think too much, write it first. He walked out of the small study and gently closed the door. Zhao Liangzi followed and smiled at He Zhichu. Professor He, why don't I go in and keep Nianji company? She's never written a self-reflection in her life, so maybe she doesn't know how to. Okay. He Zhichu didn't stop him and pushed the door open, go in. Zhao Liangzi quickly walked in and heard the door slam shut behind him. Gu Nianji turned around to see Zhao Liangzi come in and happily waved at him. Brother Zai, come here, do you know how to write a self-reflection? I knew you couldn't write it. Zhao Liangzi smiled as he sat down on the chair next to her. Here, Brother Zai will write it for you, but you have to tell me exactly what happened. Gu Nianji moved to the side and watched as Zhao Liangzi wrote the self-reflection for her. She talked to him about what happened today. It's actually not that complicated. Miao Yunxiao was purposely picking on me to provoke me, so I slapped her. Gu Nianji shrugged. If she dares insult my parents like that again, I'll slap her again. What did she scold you about? Zhao Liangzi wrote furiously, not forgetting all the details. She said I was a bastard who had a mother and no father to teach me. Gu Nianji couldn't help tearing up when she said that. She couldn't control her emotions at all. What? How can this person's mouth be so cheap? Zhao Liangzi was also angry and waved his fists. You deserve to be hit. If your brother Zai was there, I'd fight with you. Gu Nianji broke into a smile and wiped her tears with a napkin on the desk. Brother Zai, you're exaggerating. I've already calmed down after slapping her. I just don't know why she brought up my parents. It's not like she doesn't know that I'm an orphan, so the person who provoked you knows you very well and knows what to say to anger you to the point of losing your mind. Zhao Liangzi thought about it. Nianji, don't blame yourself. It looks simple, but there are countless complicated relationships involved. Gu Nianji looked up at the snow-white ceiling in the small study and thought about it. Brother Zai, you're saying that Miao Yunxiao has someone backing her. The whole thing was to get Su Piaohong out of trouble and drag Hu Xiao down with her. Something like that. However, I've underestimated the Su family for having such power. Zhao Liangzi snorted softly, and his hands moved even faster. Gu Nianji tilted her head to look and couldn't help smiling. Brother Zai, your self-reflection is really well written. It's just that your handwriting is worse than mine. Hey. Not only are you not thanking me for helping you write your self-reflection, but you're also making sarcastic remarks. Zhao Liangzi pretended to be unhappy and looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Copy it again when I'm done. Gu Nianji agreed with a giggle. She had an idea and asked quietly, Brother Zai, your self-reflection is so smooth. Did you write it often in the past? Of course. When I first joined the army, I always got into trouble and was scolded by Hu Xiao countless times. I wrote countless self-reflection reports for him, so I was already very familiar with them. Zhao Liangze got carried away as he spoke. Gu Nianji understood immediately. Hu Xiao asked you to come in and help me write my self-reflection reports. Zhao Liangze pursed his lips tightly and didn't speak to Gu Nianji anymore. Gu Nianji turned her chair around and propped her hands on the desk to support her chin. She smiled slightly. Only He Zhichu and Hu Xiaoheng were left in the living room next to the study. He Zhichu made him a cup of coffee and placed it on the coffee table between the sofa in the corner. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and said carefully, Professor He, Nianji has always been very obedient. This was an accident, and you also heard the reason. You should understand her, right? He Zhichu sat on the armrest and crossed his legs. He said dryly, Nianji didn't do anything wrong. You don't need to understand her, and you don't need to plead for her or scold her. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. But if Nianji did something wrong, she still needs to be punished. What did she do wrong? He Zhichu was getting impatient. She already said it was fine, and you still want to punish her. Her fault was that she knew the other party was trying to provoke her, but she still rushed up and attacked. Hu Xiaoheng also rested one hand on the armrest. He sat very leisurely. She's already an adult. She shouldn't act like a child and lose control of her emotions. Hu Xiao, I think you're mistaken about one thing. Whether or not one can control one's emotions has nothing to do with whether one is an adult or not. He Zhichu said coldly, some people live to be 80 years old and are still hot-blooded. They don't know how to control their emotions, but some people are born cold-blooded. Perhaps they already know how to hide their emotions before they reach adulthood. This has nothing to do with being hot-blooded. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head disapprovingly. But Professor He, Nianji doesn't have a family. She's an orphan and grew up with a group of men like us. I'll teach her more in the future, and I hope Professor He can also teach her in this area. He Zhichu originally wanted to retort, but when he heard Hu Xiaoheng talk about Gu Nianji's past growing up, he was a bit dazed. Gu Nianji used to be such a cute little girl. Perhaps she wasn't beautiful in other people's eyes, but in He Zhichu's eyes, she was his most precious treasure, so that's what she looked like when she grew up. He Zhichu snapped back to reality and tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. He tried to control himself, but couldn't help it. He pretended to be indifferent and asked dryly, Oh. Nianji grew up with you guys in the army? Yes, I was a bit busy, so Nianji was easy to deal with. She mainly took care of herself, Hu Xiaoheng said as he carefully observed He Zhichu's expression. He had purposely brought up Gu Nianji's past when she was young to observe how much He Zhichu cared about Gu Nianji, and what kind of feelings he had for her. Was it familial love or the love between a man and a woman? The members of the Special Operations Forces were all experienced in observing people's words and body language. Some of them had even studied micro-expressions in psychology. They could tell from the other person's body language and words how important the other person was to something. They wouldn't be fooled by appearances. Compared to He Zhichu, he didn't look any different from before, but Hu Xiaoheng noticed that when he mentioned Gu Nianji's past, He Zhichu's fingers on the armrest of the sofa suddenly clenched into fists. Although he quickly relaxed them, this instantaneous subconscious reaction showed that He Zhichu was paying close attention to this topic. So he really was Gu Nianji's old friend. Hu Xiaoheng picked up the coffee and moistened his lips, but didn't drink it. This was also his habit. He rarely ate or drank other people's food when he was outside. She took care of herself. I thought you were her guardian, so you should take care of her. He Zhichu's cool gaze looked over. Looks like Hu Xiao isn't doing his job as a guardian very well. This was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Moi. Chapter 441. Hua Xiaoheng curled his hand into a fist and covered his mouth with a smile. He replied noncommittally, "Looks like we have different understandings of the word care." "I'm all ears," He Zhichu replied dryly. He wanted to see what else he could say. "Since Nianji is with me, I want to teach her the ability to live independently, not become a giant baby who can't do anything even after reaching adulthood." Although Hua Xiaoheng said it casually, the sarcasm was clear in his words. He Zhichu pursed his lips and suppressed the rising anger in his heart. He leaned forward to grab his coffee from the coffee table and slowly took 2 sips before snickering. He said coldly, "Nianji isn't mentally retarded. No matter how you take care of her, she won't become a giant baby. The key is whether the person taking care of her has a heart or not. Indeed, the standards and methods of doing things differ greatly if there's a heart or not." Hua Xiaoheng casually mentioned how he had just saved Nianji. "When I first met her, she was only 12. I don't know what kind of shock she had, but she had nightmares all night and couldn't leave someone. Sometimes when she woke up and couldn't see anyone, she would scream and cry. To be honest, I was only in my early 20s and didn't know anything. If it wasn't for the military's request and Nianji herself acknowledging me, I wouldn't have been able to take care of her." The veins on the back of He Zhichu's hand gradually bulged, and his knuckles protruded as he gripped his coffee cup tightly. However, his expression didn't change at all. His eyes were half-lidded, and even his long eyelashes didn't move. If one only looked at his facial expression, it would be impossible to tell what was going on. Hua Xiaoheng sighed deeply and said nonchalantly, "She's just a little girl. I don't know how she could have so many nightmares." "Yeah, did you ask her what kind of dreams she had?" He Zhichu put down his coffee cup. When he looked up again, his face was full of curiosity. Maybe it had something to do with her past, or maybe it had something to do with her car accident. Who knows? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "Is Professor He concerned about Nianji's past?" "I'm not that nosy." He Zhichu denied it flatly. "It's just that I've studied a little psychology. Nightmares are a normal reaction of a person's mind and body. If we know the reason, we can help her stop having these kinds of dreams." Had Hua Xiao never tried it before? A little girl who has nightmares every day and can't sleep well will seriously affect her physical and mental health. Does Professor He think that Nianji is physically and mentally unhealthy? Hua Xiaoheng smiled as his eyes drifted to the small study Gu Nianji was in. The adult Gu Nianji was lively, cute, tall, and beautiful. She spoke humorously, had a cheerful personality, and wasn't stubborn. No matter how one looked at it, she didn't look like someone with mental or physical problems. No matter how displeased He Zhichu was with Hua Xiaoheng, he had to admit that Gu Nianji was very beautiful. Much, much better than he had imagined. "Then what did you do?" He Zhichu's gaze also drifted to the small study. He could almost hear Gu Nianji's soft and innocent voice through the door. Hua Xiaoheng sat up straight and smiled. "It's very simple. I let her train with my soldiers. She'll be exhausted during the day and be able to sleep at night. 10 kilometers of cross-country running every day and all kinds of simplified physical training. She persisted from the age of 12 to 16 when she left me for university. How else do you think she grew so tall?" He Zhichu was speechless. Before the age of 12, Gu Nianji's height was below the average for children her age, and her weight was above the average for children her age. It was true that she wasn't as good as she was now. But no matter how bad she was back then, she was still his Nianji. Now, this Nianji who was good in every aspect no longer belonged to him. He Zhichu raised his head and said coldly, "So Hua Xiao's care was reckless. She was originally a delicate little princess, but you trained her like your soldiers. She didn't grow up crooked, thanks to her good foundation." Hua Xiaoheng immediately grasped the clues in He Zhichu's words and asked, "Huh? How did Professor He know that Nianji used to be a delicate little princess?" I couldn't tell at all. He Jichu finally snapped back to reality. So Hu Xiaoheng was also using this opportunity to pry into Gu Nianji's background. He was instantly on guard, but he also knew that he couldn't be too forceful. Since he wanted to reunite with Nianji, he had to get past Hu Xiaoheng. Otherwise, there would be many obstacles. Of course, he had to know what to say and what not to say. And he couldn't rush it. Nianji was still resistant to him. Otherwise, all his efforts would go to waste. He Jichu smiled slightly. Hu Xiao, how would I know if Nianji used to be a delicate little princess? I'm just deducing from common sense. Girls nowadays, as long as they have parents, aren't they all princesses at home? So Professor, he guessed it. Hu Xiaoheng said meaningfully. I thought Professor he knew about Nianji's past. This time, her roommates insulted her with her past, and I'm very sad. We've been trying hard to find Nianji's parents, but for some reason, we can't find them. She's doing well with you. I don't think she has any intention of looking for her parents. He Jichu also began to talk in riddles with Hu Xiaoheng. One of them made requests, and the other made conditions. They were both weighing whether the other could bring them the most benefits. Of course, this maximization was for Gu Nianji. This is because she's sensible and doesn't want to give us more pressure. Hu Xiaoheng sighed and lowered his head. He said calmly, but I know deep down, she probably really wants to find her parents and family. Why do you say that? He Jichu's voice was cold, but there was a hint of urgency in it. Because she once muttered her parents' names when she had a high fever. Hu Xiaoheng deliberately said it vaguely. In fact, Gu Nianji had only mentioned her father's name, but not her mother. Oh. Only mentioned her parents' names. Never mentioned any other names. He Jichu tried to hold it in, but in the end, he couldn't help showing an obviously disappointed expression. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. No, she only mentioned it once. We tried searching for that name, but we couldn't find it. He Jichu's expression was as cold as an ice sculpture. His eyes fell on the door of the small study, and he didn't speak for a long time. Hu Xiaoheng didn't rush him. He looked at the already cold coffee in his cup and got up to walk around the living room of He Jichu's suite a few times. When He Jichu's eyes moved over, Hu Xiaoheng bowed. Excuse me, Professor He, do you still have coffee? The cup from before is already cold. Yes, it's in the kitchen over there. He Jichu pointed to the kitchen. Hu Xiao can make it himself. He could already tell that Hu Xiaoheng didn't drink coffee made by others. It was a good habit, and he had it too. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and walked into He Jichu's kitchen. He immediately saw the coffee machine. He took out a ready-made bag of coffee and put it in the coffee machine to make coffee. After Zhao Liangzi finished writing the checklist, Gu Nianji copied it again and looked at it carefully from beginning to end. When she was sure there were no problems, she said to Zhao Liangzi, "Is it okay?" "Of course it's okay. Don't you know who wrote it?" Zhao Liangzi was so pleased with himself that he almost wagged his tail. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled lightly. She took the checklist and gently opened the door of the small study. She poked her head out to see He Jichu sitting alone in the living room. Hu Xiaoheng was nowhere to be seen. She called out softly, "Professor He. The checklist is done." He Jichu composed himself and nodded at her. "Let me see." Gu Nianji came out with the checklist and handed it to He Jichu sheepishly. She muttered, "My handwriting isn't good. Please don't laugh at me." He Jichu held his coffee cup in one hand and took the letter with the other. When he saw Gu Nianji's hand crawling across the letter like a crab, he smiled speechlessly and said in a low voice, "After so many years, you still haven't mastered your handwriting." "Oh. What did you say, Professor He?" He Jichu's voice was too quiet, and Gu Nianji was busy looking for Hu Xiaoheng. She didn't hear him clearly. I said you need to practice your handwriting. He Ji-chu put down his coffee cup and folded Gu Nianji's checklist. I'll keep this for now. Don't worry, I won't put it in your personal data. Gu Nianji sighed with relief. A smile bloomed on her face. Really? Professor, he really won't put this checklist in my personal data. I won't. What happened between you and Miao Yunxiao isn't that simple. So this time, it's not your fault. But this checklist is for you to remember. He Ji-chu's expression was a bit cold. How dare they touch my people? I want to see how many brains they have. This was the first watch. Begging for monthly and recommendation votes. Today was Monday. Especially recommendation votes, everyone. 7 p.m. the next watch. Mwah. Chapter 442. Gu Nianji choked. How did she end up being He Ji-chu's woman? But on second thought, He Ji-chu was her mentor and a very protective person. Gu Nianji had fully experienced this when she was interning at the U.S. Congress, so it wasn't wrong to say that she was the person he was protecting, right? As she hesitated, Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the kitchen with a tray. There were 3 steaming cups of coffee and a small cup of warm milk. Are you done with the self-examination? Hu Xiaoheng asked casually, as if he hadn't heard He Ji-chu's angry words. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up to take the tray from Hu Xiaoheng. There's a cup of coffee for Brother Zhe, right? I'll bring it in for him. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. The milk is yours. Have you had dinner? Gu Nianji quickly replied, I ate at home and went back to school. Then it's fine. Bring it to little Zhe. Hu Xiaoheng was very satisfied with Gu Nianji's natural way of saying that his official residence was home. He didn't care that He Ji-chu had said my people earlier, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Gu Nianji placed the 2 cups of coffee on the coffee table, one for Hu Xiaoheng and the other for He Ji-chu. She then quickly carried the tray back to the small study. Zhao Liangzi was surfing the internet on his phone. When he saw Gu Nianji come in and close the door, he couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? Acting like a thief. Gu Nianji smiled and placed the tray on the desk in front of him. Hu Xiao made this coffee himself. Drink it, you can't get it outside. Oh. It's that precious. Then you have to drink it slowly and savor it carefully. Zhao Liangzi happily took it and pretended to take a sip. Gu Nianji also drank her milk and looked up at the night sky outside the window. The stars filled the sky, and there wasn't a single cloud in the clear night sky. Gu Nianji couldn't help yawning as she looked at the beautiful night scenery. Zhao Liangzi asked. Sleepy? Gu Nianji looked at her watch sheepishly. I made a scene today. It's almost 9. She slowly finished her milk and said to Zhao Liangzi, Brother Zhe, do you think I can go back to the dormitory first? Does Mr. Hua have anything else to say to Professor He? Zhao Liangzi glared at her. I don't know about that. Hua Xiao is my chief. He can't tell me what he wants to do, and I can't rush him. Gu Nianji sighed. Then we'll just wait. The truth was, she was also very anxious. She didn't know what He Ji-chu and Hu Xiao would say. In the living room, He Ji-chu took a sip of Hu Xiaoheng's coffee and looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect Mr. Hua to make such good coffee. This is authentic South American coffee. Professor, he is a South American. Of course, Professor, he should make South American coffee. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Besides, you have a lot of ready-made South American coffee packets in your kitchen. I'm just offering them to you. You flatter me. He Ji-chu bowed slightly. Mr. Hua is truly knowledgeable and meticulous. No wonder you can protect Ninji so well. You flatter me, Professor He. Hua Xiaoheng also played Tai Chi with He Jichu. I was only doing what I was supposed to do. She was a mission given to me by the higher-ups, so I must complete it well. Really? Complete the mission. Could it be that he was not abusing his official position for private gain? He Jichu almost mocked him, but he swallowed the words when they were on the tip of his tongue. Hua Xiaoheng was calm and collected. He couldn't lose his composure. Actually, I didn't do my job well. The He's are famous in South America, but I only found out about them recently. I was too careless. Hua Xiaoheng slowly brought the topic to He Jichu's hometown. He wanted to dig up Gu Nianji's background bit by bit. A strange smile flashed across He Jichu's face. It changed so quickly that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Hua Xiaoheng didn't notice. When Hua Xiaoheng took a closer look, He Jichu still had a half-smile on his face as he said, "Mr. Hua, you're too humble. I don't think there are many people in this world who can compare to your work attitude and ability. Professor He, you really think highly of me." Hua Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of his coffee before putting it back on the coffee table. "But Professor He, your family's business is so big. Why didn't you stay at home to inherit it? Why did you go to Harvard to be a professor? From what I know, the annual salary of a Harvard professor is probably not even enough to cover your monthly expenses." The smile on He Jichu's face gradually widened. He extended a slender finger and wagged it. "Mr. Hua, it's tacky to talk about money. I went to Harvard to be a professor because I like learning and teaching students. I get a lot more pleasure from this than I do from the business at home." "Tacky? Ha, how dare you say that?" Hua Xiaoheng was secretly laughing. "I was just giving an example. The He's business is so big, it's like it suddenly popped out of the ground. To be honest, when I heard about it, I couldn't believe my ears." He Jichu was slightly taken aback. He secretly thought that Hua Xiaoheng had such sharp instincts. The He's business had suddenly popped out of the ground, but these things had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng or Gu Nianji. He didn't need to know. He Jichu gently twirled the handle of his coffee cup. "Mr. Hua, no matter how capable you are, there are places where your eyes and ears can't go. Besides, the He's aren't actually that powerful. It's all because of our peers that we stand out. If you completely believe those rumors, then you've been tricked." "Oh. Is that so?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Maybe, but I haven't verified it yet." "Oh right, where's teaching assistant Wen? Did she go back to South America?" He Jichu grunted but didn't say anything else. The two of them were quiet for a while. Neither brought up the topic they wanted to bring up. They were both waiting for the other to bring it up first. Gu Nianji paced around the small study. She really wanted to go out and tell He Jichu to let her go back to her dorm first, but she didn't have the guts. In the end, she could only stick her ear to the back of the door to hear when they would finish talking. She heard He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng beating around the bush, but the topic never strayed from South America. Gu Nianji couldn't help but feel strange. She turned to Zhao Liangze and asked, "Brother Zhe, is Professor He from South America?" "Yeah, you still don't know." Zhao Liangze took out his phone and showed Gu Nianji the information on the He's in South America. These things were related to Gu Nianji, so Zhao Liangze could show them to her. Hua Xiaoheng was the one who first suggested this idea. Gu Nianji took Zhao Liangze's phone and quickly scanned through it. As soon as she finished, she gasped. "Oh my God! Professor He's family is so powerful. No wonder. No wonder they had so much money and manpower. They were also powerful in the US political and legal circles. Yeah. Amazing, right?" Zhao Liangze almost laughed. He winked and said, "Nianji, do you want to go to South America? If you do, you can suggest to Professor He that we go to his farm. Gu Nianji recalled hearing that when Shuyi was also in South America. She didn't want to go at all, so she waved her hand. Brother Zhe, if we want to go to South America, we can go ourselves. Why take advantage of Professor He? Oh, how am I taking advantage of him? How can you say that, child? Zhao Liangzi pretended to be angry and rolled his eyes at her. He took the phone from her and was about to turn it off when he suddenly saw a message. He quickly got up and opened the door to the small study to say to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, everyone is here. The meeting is about to begin. He was talking about the emergency meeting of the Supreme Military Council. He hadn't gone immediately because General Ji's personal secretary had refused to give him a specific time. Now that the message had come, everyone was probably here and waiting for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said goodbye to He Zhichu. Professor He, I have something to do. I'll be going now. Gu Nianji followed him out of the small study and quickly said, then I'll go back too. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything, but He Zhichu had already refused. Nianji, stay. I still have something to say to you. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, the meaning in her eyes clear. She wanted to go back to the dormitory. Hua Xiaoheng thought this was a good opportunity. He could see that He Zhichu was already on the verge of revealing his secret. If he missed this opportunity today, he wouldn't have it tomorrow. The opportunity was fleeting, so he had to seize it. Hua Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's shoulder. Nianji, since Professor He has something to say, you should stay and listen. Remember to call me when you go back. I'll be waiting for your call. The last sentence was for He Zhichu to hear, so he wouldn't be able to keep her for too long. He Zhichu's expression darkened, and he resumed his cold demeanor. Mr. Hua, have a safe trip. I won't be seeing you out. Hua Xiaoheng smiled at Gu Nianji and turned to leave. His tall figure quickly disappeared from the room. With a soft clang, Zhao Liangzi closed the door behind him as he exited the room. Gu Nianji looked at the door, then at He Zhichu. She crossed her hands in front of her and asked uneasily, Professor He, what else do you want to say? He Zhichu looked at her quietly for a while, then pointed to the sofa. Nianji, sit down first. I'll show you something. It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 443. Gu Nianji nervously sat down on the sofa in the corner. She stared at the small round coffee table in front of her for a while and realized it was made of frosted glass. She hadn't noticed these details before. Now that he was so nervous, he even noticed these small details. She didn't know how long it had been, but she finally heard He Zhichu's cold voice coming from behind her. Gu Nianji turned around and saw a very familiar thing in He Zhichu's hand. It was a doll wearing a misty pink and purple princess dress. She had thick bangs, narrow eyes, a face that looked like a silver plate, and a plump body. She looked like a little girl who walked out of an ancient painting. She was not a common Western doll, but a doll with the ancient characteristics of the empire. An expert could tell at a glance that these dolls weren't available on the market, but were custom-made. These identical dolls had been with Gu Nianji since she was 12 years old. There were several of these dolls in her apartment, scattered on the corner of the bed, the sofa, or in the open bookcase. She used to really like these dolls. When she first started working for Hua Xiaoheng, she had to hug these dolls to sleep at night. Although she still had nightmares, she couldn't sleep without these dolls. Later, Hua Xiaoheng made her undergo military training for 3 to 4 years before she gradually stopped needing these dolls to sleep. However, these dolls were supposed to be the most beautiful memories of Gu Nianji's youth. Perhaps they were also the most beautiful memories of her forgotten childhood. But ever since when Shuyi appeared, she felt like her youth, childhood, memories had been completely destroyed. These dolls, without exception, somewhat resembled Wen Shi's facial features and demeanor. Gu Nianji's dolls in her room had long been locked away in the cabinet. Out of sight, out of mind. Now that she saw these dolls in He Jichu's hands, Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. He Jichu sighed in relief when he saw Gu Nianji's shocked and conflicted expression. He walked over with the doll and handed it to Gu Nianji. Nianji, do you still remember this doll? Gu Nianji looked at the doll in He Jichu's hands, then back at him. She thought about it for a long time before asking seriously, Professor He, where did you get this doll? As far as she knew, this was the doll she had been holding in her childhood photo. This kind of doll had never been sold in the Xia Empire or any other country. Hua Xiaoheng had gotten someone to custom make her dolls based on her photo. Could it be that He Jichu had also taken it to be custom made? But how did he know what the doll looked like? Or did someone from Hua Xiaoheng's side leak the secret? In the blink of an eye, countless possibilities flashed through Gu Nianji's mind, but none of them were what He Jichu had envisioned. When He Jichu heard Gu Nianji ask all her questions, he was so speechless that he almost threw the doll off the 28th floor. Do you think I stole a doll from you and made it for you? He Jichu sneered and threw the doll onto the sofa. So you really don't remember anything. Not only do you not remember anything, but you can't tell right from wrong. Gu Nianji blinked. Professor He, don't be angry. Can't we talk this out? Her heart pounded. She had sensed that He Jichu might have something to do with her forgotten memories, but now that feeling was even more obvious. She felt very flustered. Without Hua Xiaoheng by her side, she had no backbone. She didn't dare to make her own decisions or judgments, especially when it came to such an important issue related to her past. But Hua Xiaoheng had been here just now, and he had clearly sensed that He Jichu might have something to do with her forgotten memories. He clearly knew how much she relied on him, but he still left her here and let her face the situation alone. Deep down, Gu Nianji discovered that she actually felt a trace of resentment towards Hua Xiaoheng. No, she had to get rid of that thought as soon as possible. Gu Nianji secretly warned herself that Hua Xiao had done enough for her, so she couldn't push her luck. She also couldn't put all the responsibility and burden on Hua Xiaoheng. But how she wished that Hua Xiaoheng could be by her side at this time. He was the only person she trusted in the world. Why did he have to leave? Why did he have to leave her alone? Gu Nianji struggled between blaming herself and trying her best to pull herself together. She saw He Jichu's expression grow darker and darker until it was so dark that it actually dissipated. He returned to his usual indifference and politeness. Nianji, don't you feel that this doll is familiar at all? He Jichu had frozen all his emotions in the depths of his heart. Even Gu Nianji was isolated by him. At this time, although he was 1,000 miles away from people, it couldn't be better for Gu Nianji. It was easier for her to accept He Jichu like this. Gu Nianji could no longer feel He Jichu's fluctuating emotions. She also calmed down. She tried not to be emotional and said objectively, familiar, of course it's familiar. I have many dolls like this at home. They all wear the same clothes and look exactly the same. If it wasn't for the fact that this doll looks a bit old, would have thought that Professor He borrowed my doll from Hua Xiao. You can still tell that this doll is a bit old. That means your observation skills are indeed very sharp. He Jichu handed the doll to Gu Nianji again. Look at it again. Look carefully. Gu Nianji hesitantly reached out and finally took the doll from He Jichu's hands. She held it in her hands and turned it over to look at it. She discovered that the doll was indeed very old. The misty pinkish-purple princess dress had faded, and the edges of the dress were frayed. It showed that it had probably been rubbed countless times. There was even a layer of abrasion on the doll's cheeks. After turning the doll over, Gu Nianji saw the words Gu Nianji written crookedly on the back of the doll's neck. It must have been written with some kind of ink used for tattoos. The ink was deep into the doll's skin. Although so many years had passed, the ink hadn't faded. Gu Nianji stared at the words and even held her breath. She threw the doll on the sofa like a hot potato and moved far away. She quickly averted her eyes and didn't dare to look at the doll again. Because that was her handwriting. She had just copied a copy of the inspection report. Only she would be able to write that kind of crab-like handwriting. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that someone had deliberately imitated her handwriting. But why would that person imitate her handwriting and write her name on the doll? What's wrong? Why do these 3 words look familiar? He Jichu slowly took out the inspection that Gu Nianji had just written and placed it next to the overturned doll on the coffee table. Doesn't it look like it was written by the same person? Gu Nianji turned her head and said stubbornly. Maybe someone imitated my handwriting? My handwriting isn't some kind of treasure. It's not hard to get it. Yeah, it's not hard to imitate your handwriting, but it's not easy to get your handwriting many years ago and imitate it. He Jichu's fingers tapped on the coffee table. Also, why would someone imitate your handwriting? 6 years ago, you were only 12 years old and didn't have the ability to be criminally responsible. Even if you were rich, your signature would have no legal effect. To put it bluntly, if someone wanted to fake it, they wanted money and power. If neither was possible, then what was the point? Was it for a brainless person to do something brainless? Gu Nianji was speechless for a moment. Yes, she was an orphan girl with no money or power. Even if someone wanted to fake her handwriting, they would have to do it after she was an adult and put in a lot of effort to fake a minor's handwriting. After all, what about her IQ? Did she not want it anymore? Gu Nianji also felt that her hypothesis didn't hold up, so there was only one possibility. The handwriting on the doll wasn't fake. It was real. Many years ago, when she was young, she used to hold a pen and solemnly write her name on her favorite doll stroke by stroke to indicate ownership of the doll. It really did look like the childish things that a brainless little girl would do. Gu Nianji hung her head and didn't speak for a long time. He Jichu saw Gu Nianji's expression and felt his heart soften for some reason. He also knew that the doll had a big impact, so he didn't say anything and waited for Gu Nianji to digest the results on her own. This was the first watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you all for your monthly votes and recommendation votes yesterday. You have to keep going. Oh, ___. Oh. 7:00 clock the next watch. Chapter 444. Countless emotions rose in Gu Nianji's heart. They tumbled, surged, and overlapped in her mind, as if they were about to ferment. However, the fog was always in front of her, and it blocked her way back. She couldn't remember, she still couldn't remember. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember anything from before she was 12 years old. When she tried hard to remember, the moment she thought of the car accident when she was 12 years old, her head began to ache violently. But in He Jichu's presence, she couldn't make a sound. She definitely couldn't. It was really too painful. It was like someone was holding a hacksaw and cutting into her brain bit by bit. She could even hear a sizzling sound, which was accompanied by waves of intense pain. Gu Nianji's tolerance for pain was stronger than the average person's, but at this time, she couldn't help it anymore. She covered her head with both hands and curled up on the sofa in the corner, moaning in pain. He Jichu was slightly taken aback, but he quickly reacted. Nianji. You have a headache. Then don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about anything. He Jichu's eyes reddened as he watched Gu Nianji's face turn pale. Her hands were cradling her head as if she was spasming. Her entire body was curled up like a shrimp, and she kept twitching on the sofa. He rushed over and hugged Gu Nianji tightly in his arms. His large hand gently stroked her back, from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. It was just like when she was young, snuggling in his arms and watching the blooming epiphyllum with him in the middle of the night. But now there was no blooming epiphyllum. There was only Gu Nianji, who couldn't help but have a severe headache whenever she thought about the past. He Jichu's embrace was as hot as Hu Xiaoheng's. Gu Nianji was tortured by the severe headache so much that she couldn't think or sense anything outside. She just wanted to close her eyes and die from the pain. This kind of torture surpassed any headache she had ever had before. She didn't think she could take it anymore. What would he do if he died from the pain? She still had so many things to tell Hu Xiaoheng. She still had so many wishes that she hadn't fulfilled. She still wanted to marry Hu Xiaoheng and have 2 children with him. One boy, like Hu Xiaoheng, and one girl, like her. Then their family would be intimate for the rest of their lives. Was this also an extravagant wish? Gu Nianji let out a low sob, then her sobs grew louder and louder. She was actually showing signs of losing control of her emotions. He Jichu hugged her even tighter. Lips trembling, he planted a kiss on the top of her head before letting go of her. He rushed to his bedroom to retrieve a medicine bottle and poured out 2 pills. He pried open Gu Nianji's lips and forced them in. Gu Nianji unconsciously swallowed her saliva and swallowed the 2 pills. Not long after, the medicine took effect and Gu Nianji's pain stopped. She curled up on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. He Jichu covered Gu Nianji with a blanket and put a pillow under her head so she could sleep more comfortably. Then, he sat back on the single sofa and turned off the ceiling light in the living room, leaving only a floor lamp beside the sofa that emitted a warm yellow light. He propped his chin on one hand and stared at Gu Nianji's sleeping face without moving. It seemed like he couldn't get enough of looking at her. Time ticked by, and after an unknown amount of time, Gu Nianji's phone rang. He Jichu woke up from his thoughts and walked over to look at Gu Nianji's phone. It was Hu Xiaoheng calling to check on her. He Jichu's lips curled into a mocking smile. He didn't slide open the phone and still answered Hu Xiaoheng's call. Mr. Hua. Hu Xiaoheng had just finished his meeting. 2 hours had passed, and it was already past 11 p.m. Gu Nianji should have already gone back, but he didn't know if she was asleep or not. Hu Xiaoheng had previously told Gu Nianji to call him when she returned to the dormitory, but she hadn't. He didn't know what was going on. In the end, when he called, the person who answered was He Jichu. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips tightened, but his voice was still calm and low. Professor He. Why are you holding Nianji's phone? Where's Nianji? He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa in the corner. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and smiled mysteriously. Nianji is asleep. Hu Xiaoheng stopped in front of the elevator. His voice became even lower. Professor He, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. You didn't hear me clearly. Then I'll say it again. Nianji is asleep. Do you want to watch a video? He Jichu pretended to want to use his phone to take a video, but he couldn't actually unlock Gu Nianji's phone, so he couldn't use her phone to take a video. Unless he used his own phone. Professor He, where is Nianji sleeping? Please wake her up, I have something to ask her. Hu Xiaoheng's expression gradually became serious, and his handsome back became even straighter. But she's sleeping so soundly. Do you have the heart to wake her up? He Jichu narrowed his shimmering, sultry eyes as he looked at the sleeping Gu Nianji. Fine, you don't have to wake her up. I'll come over directly. Hu Xiaoheng hung up without another word and ordered Zhao Liangzi, prepare the car. We're going to be university. Zhao Liangzi heard bits and pieces of what Hu Xiaoheng said on the phone and knew something was wrong. He quickly agreed and turned on his headset to make an emergency transfer. 3 minutes later, Hu Xiaoheng was already in the car on the way to be university. The driver, Fan Jian, did his best this time. Whether it was taking shortcuts or cutting corners, it was all top-notch. Most importantly, he didn't run a single red light and completely obeyed the traffic rules. Just like that, they arrived at the south gate of B University in less than 15 minutes. It was twice as fast as usual. Hu Xiaoheng's car drove straight through the south gate and headed directly to the professor's building where He Zhichu lived. The car parked below the professor's building, and Hu Xiaoheng quickly got out of the car and walked into the building's elevator without a word. The elevator quickly reached He Zhichu's 28th floor. Hu Xiaoheng didn't make another call and directly pressed the doorbell. He Zhichu glanced at the video call at the door and saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng. He smiled and slowly walked over to open the door. "Mr. Hua, you're so busy every day, yet you've come to my humble home twice today. It's truly an honor. Open the door." Hu Xiaoheng only had 2 simple words, but they were powerful. Opening the door, He Zhichu smoothly turned on the ceiling light in the living room. The bright white light suddenly slanted down. Gu Nianji, who was sound asleep, subconsciously shivered. She mumbled and turned over to cover her head with the blanket. Hu Xiaoheng almost rushed into the room to see Gu Nianji asleep on He Zhichu's sofa. He breathed a sigh of relief, but the way he looked at He Zhichu was already very unfriendly. "Professor He, don't you think it's embarrassing to play tricks like this?" Hu Xiaoheng said as he walked over and leaned over the sofa to pat Gu Nianji's face. "Nianji, wake up. It's time to go back." It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Mwah. Chapter 445. He Zhichu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The moonlight shone in, outlining his handsome silhouette. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and silently watched Hu Xiaoheng wake Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was sleeping so soundly that Hu Xiaoheng couldn't wake her up at all. He called her a few times, but she still hadn't woken up. In the end, he had no choice but to remove the blanket covering her head and carry her up from the sofa. Gu Nianji was finally alarmed by the loud noise of flying into the air. She opened her eyes to take a look, and immediately fell asleep again. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at He Zhichu. "Professor He, what did you say to Nianji? Did you hypnotize her?" "Hypnotize? Mr. Hua, you think too highly of me. I'm not that good." He Zhichu's mood improved when he saw Hu Xiaoheng trying to control his anger. "Mr. Hua, I think you can understand how I feel." He stood proudly in front of the window and looked at Gu Nianji's face before quickly looking away to the antique plum vase in the corner of the room. "It's getting late. Please take Nianji back to her dorm, Mr. Hua. Remember to close the door when you leave." He Zhichu finished speaking and walked back to his bedroom without looking back. He slammed the door shut. Zhao Liangzi didn't even dare to breathe as he followed Hu Xiaoheng out of the room and carefully closed the door for He Zhichu. The two of them took Gu Nianji to the elevator. Zhao Liangzi hesitated before reminding him, "Hu Xiao, it's not good to take Nianji back to her dorm like this, right? He couldn't just carry her back like this." Hu Xiaoheng seemed to have thought of this as well. He hesitated for a while before finally putting Gu Nianji down. Gu Nianji was practically hanging on Hu Xiaoheng. Her legs were wobbling and she couldn't stand. What happened? Why is she so sleepy? Hu Xiaoheng asked in confusion as he supported Gu Nianji's waist with one hand to let her lean against his side. Zhao Liangzi stared at the sound asleep Gu Nianji for a while before saying, "She already said she was sleepy around 9. Maybe she's really sleepy. Children do like to sleep more when they're growing." Zhao Liangzi's words sounded strange, but he didn't respond. He half-supported and half-carried Gu Nianji out of the elevator of the professor's building. After getting into the car, Yin Shixiang, who was waiting in the car, turned around and scratched his head. "Nianji's dormitory should be locked at this hour, right?" "I don't think so. This is a graduate student dormitory. It's different from the undergraduate dormitory. Zhao Liangzi checked the management rules of the university's dormitory building. It's just that the building manager might have some objections. Anne. I can't carry her in. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the sleeping Gu Nianji in his arms. Then wake her up. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other and got out of the car together. Mr. Hua, please call us. We'll wait outside. Even the driver, Fan Jian, got out of the car. The three of them stood at the front and back of the car, watching their surroundings like bodyguards. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. What kind of filthy things were these three people thinking about? He thought about it in a daze for a while. Finally, he held Gu Nianji's wrist and moved it upwards. Finally, he pinched the numb spot on her elbow. The piercing numbness finally made Gu Nianji move. She grumbled and squirmed in Hu Xiaoheng's arms. Hu Xiaoheng had to increase his strength and finally, Gu Nianji gradually woke up from her deep sleep. She moved her arms slowly and murmured. Professor He. It hurts, you're awake. Hu Xiaoheng pulled her arm and rubbed it. You won't wake up if I don't pinch you. Did you take the wrong medicine? You slept so soundly at He Jichu's place. Gu Nianji blinked and realized that the person in front of her was actually Hu Xiaoheng and not He Jichu. She sat up in a daze and looked around. She realized that she wasn't in He Jichu's living room either. She was in the car. Hu Xiaoheng, why are you here? Didn't you abandon me and go to the meeting? She complained softly and snuggled into Hu Xiaoheng's arms. Hu Xiaoheng didn't push her away or hug her. He only asked, what did He Jichu say to you? Why did you fall asleep at his place? Gu Nianji frowned and thought about it. She murmured. Professor, he showed me the doll. Then I tried to remember what happened before I was 12, but I couldn't remember anything. My head hurt like hell. I thought I was going to die. Then I fainted from the pain. She propped herself up and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Then when I opened my eyes, I saw Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng pinched her delicate little nose. You fell asleep from looking at a doll. Were you hypnotized by him? Of course not. Gu Nianji denied it. I remember it very clearly. My head hurt so badly that it felt like it was going to split open. I've never had such intense pain before. The pain I experienced before paled in comparison to this time. Is that so? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. What kind of doll was it? What could make you react so strongly to it? It was the batch of dolls that Hu Xiaoheng custom made for me. It was exactly the same as the one in my photo. Gu Nianji said angrily. It also looked a bit like Wen Shuyi. She couldn't understand why she would like a doll that looked like Wen Shuyi when she was a child. He Jichu showed you a doll that looked exactly like the one in your photo? Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed slightly. You didn't ask him where he got it. Gu Nianji nodded. I asked, but he told me to think about it myself. Then I became like this, she pointed to her head. I really think I might never regain my memory again. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her deeply. Let's go back to the dormitory first. I'll take you to Chenlai's place for a checkup next weekend. We'll see what's going on. Okay. Gu Nianji rested her head on Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder and whispered, Hu Xiaoheng, how I wished you could stay with me just now. Hu Xiaoheng turned his body to allow Gu Nianji to snuggle closer, but he didn't let go. He said calmly, there's a special military meeting today. I can't stay. Gu Nianji was a bit unhappy, but she knew it wasn't Hu Xiaoheng's fault, so she was even more unhappy. She knew she shouldn't be feeling this way, but she just couldn't control herself. Luckily, she didn't say anything when she was unhappy. Although Hu Xiaoheng sensed it, it was too late now. He couldn't comfort her anymore, so he sent her back to the dormitory. Gu Nianji opened the door to her dormitory to see that Machichi was already asleep. Her room was dark. The living room was still the same as when she left it. It was a bit messy, and the cushions on the sofa were all over the place. The few small stools in the room were overturned in the corner. Gu Nianji sighed and walked straight through the messy living room to enter her room. Hua Xiaoheng watched from downstairs as the lights in Gu Nianji's room came on. He saw the text she sent him, "Good night." He then ordered Fan Jian in the front seat, drive. This meant they were going back. Fan Jian started the car and drove out of B University. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't say a word in the car. It wasn't until they returned to the headquarters that they heard Hua Xiaoheng say to them, "You guys ask South America how the investigation is going. Since they're so powerful, don't tell me they can't find anything." Both of them felt Hua Xiaoheng was actually a bit irritated, which was rare. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other and agreed in unison. The next day was Monday, and Gu Nianji had morning classes. She got up early to buy breakfast and put it on the table before heading out. She was going to class at Hejichu's suite in the professor's building. As soon as she entered the elevator, she saw her senior, who was also her counselor, Gue Suyao, run over. "Wait for the elevator. Wait for the elevator. This is the first chapter. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. From now on, the next 3 chapters will be released on a fixed schedule. I'm boarding the plane tonight. I really don't have time lately, so I'd rather write less than make up for the word count. Oh, intersection. Oh. 7:00 in the evening." Chapter 446. Gu Nianji smiled in the elevator and blocked the door with her hand so it didn't close immediately. Gue Xia ran into the elevator and saw Gu Nianji inside. She immediately broke into an exaggerated smile. "Nianji. It's you. That's great, thanks to you I was able to make it in time, otherwise." Before Gue Xia could finish, Gu Nianji smiled. "Professor He's floor has an elevator, so no one fought with Sister Gue for the elevator." "Ah, Nianji is so humorous, so funny." Gue Xia smiled sheepishly and turned around to watch the elevator climb. Neither of them spoke. The silence was a bit awkward. Gue Xia had no choice but to strike up a conversation. "Nianji, were you okay yesterday?" "I was fine. Miao Yunxiao went too far, I've already reported her to the faculty to punish her severely. Seriously, she hasn't even entered society yet and she's already bringing all that nonsense to the school and polluting the pure environment. She's the black sheep." Gu Nianji couldn't bear to listen anymore. Although she also hated Miao Yunxiao, what right did Gue Xia have to criticize her? Didn't Sister Gue do similar things to Miao Yunxiao in the past? However, Miao Yunxiao had lost the upper hand and everyone was kicking her when she was down. Gu Nianji had already confronted her directly, so she wouldn't play any tricks. "Sister Gue, Miao Yunxiao did something wrong, just punish her according to the school rules and relevant laws. I'll listen to the school and faculty." Gu Nianji didn't want to talk about it anymore. She stared at the elevator screen and wished they could reach their destination immediately. Luckily it was an elevator, so they arrived on the 28th floor in no time. They walked into Hejichu's suite and saw the 3 seniors were already there. They sat on the sofa in the corner of the living room with coffee, drinks, juice, and milk on the coffee table along with some muffins and corn muffins. Although Gu Nianji had already eaten breakfast, she couldn't help but swallow when she smelled the muffins. Hejichu walked out from the room and nodded to Gu Nianji and Gue Xia. "You're here. Sit, we were just waiting for you." "Professor He, we weren't late." Gue Xia quickly clarified, "The seniors came early." "Yes, I didn't say you were late." Hejichu sat down on the armchair and looked at Gu Nianji for a while before asking, "Nianji, are you feeling better?" Actually, Gu Nianji's complexion was rosy and healthy. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her movements were agile. She didn't look like she had almost fainted from the pain yesterday. Gu Nianji spread her palms. I'm fine. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern, Professor He. Both Brother Huang and Brother Duan knew about what had happened at Gu Nianji's dorm last night, but they didn't know what had happened at He Jichu's place. Therefore, they assumed that Gu Nianji had gotten injured in a fight with her roommates. They also asked, Nianji, I heard that you were amazing yesterday. 1 against 2, did you win? Gu Nianji was speechless. What was going on? Gue Xiao knew the whole story. She also knew that there were many unreliable speculations on the school's internet. She had also consulted He Jichu on how to deal with the online rumors. He Jichu had instructed her to ignore them as long as they didn't slander Gu Nianji's reputation. The rumors didn't slander Gu Nianji's reputation, and instead described the entire process in a hilarious manner. They had calmly resolved a case that could have caused a national uproar as a small conflict between classmates. Gu Nianji hadn't had time to look at the forum yet, so she didn't know what they were talking about. Brother Huang saw Gu Nianji's confused expression and snorted. Nianji, you're just in charge of killing and not burying. Look here. He took out his phone and opened the school's app to show Gu Nianji the trending headlines. Gu Nianji glanced down and couldn't help facepalming. She pursed her lips and said, Who posted this? What a wild imagination. So what if it's wild? Wild is good. Brother Duan laughed pervertedly, his eyes sweeping over Gu Nianji's chest. He Jichu's expression darkened. He said coldly, All right, it's time for class. Duan Chun, 5 points deducted. Duan Chun didn't have time to turn around and looked straight at He Jichu. Professor He, why are you deducting my points? I wasn't the one who posted those posts. Points will be deducted for believing in and spreading rumors. He Jichu opened his laptop to indicate that the topic could be skipped. Everyone quickly focused and listened to He Jichu's lecture. He Jichu's lectures were very practical. He rarely discussed legal theory directly and instead used case after case to combine theory and practice. His lectures were very vivid and memorable. Gu Nianji was usually able to repeat every word He Jichu said after a lesson. Her memory was like a video recorder. After explaining the cases, He Jichu took out the case analyses done by the doctoral students and explained them one by one. He pointed out the good points and the bad points, and everyone listened attentively. Even Gue Xiao realized that law wasn't all about boring rules and regulations, but it could be closely integrated with real life. She felt enlightened all of a sudden. He Jichu spoke for a full 45 minutes. When he finally dismissed the class, his voice was a bit hoarse. Okay, that's all for today's class. I've sent the new thesis topic to your email. He Jichu stood up, his expression slightly tired. Gu Nianji packed her bag and dawdled to the back. Her 3 seniors and Gue Xiao were already out of sight. Gu Nianji finally walked to the door. She turned around to look at He Jichu's back as he walked into the inner room alone. She asked hesitantly, Professor He, is your throat okay? He Jichu's footsteps paused. He suddenly felt like the ice in his heart had broken. He turned around to look at Gu Nianji standing by the door. His voice was hoarse. I'm fine. Thank you, Nianji. Gu Nianji was a bit embarrassed. She had only asked casually and He Jichu was so serious about it. She was even more embarrassed to leave immediately. I heard that your throat is very hoarse. Are you using it too much? I heard that most teachers have pharyngitis. Do you want to use fatty big C to drink? Or get a doctor to prescribe some medicine to protect your throat? I didn't sleep last night. I caught a cold. It's okay. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. He Ji-chu said nonchalantly. He was a completely different person from the excited He Ji-chu who had been holding a doll the night before. Gu Nianji remembered what happened last night. She pursed her lips and hesitated. She asked hesitantly, Professor He, how did I fall asleep at your place after that? It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 447. He was finally asking about yesterday's incident. You had a terrible headache last night. It was probably too painful, so your body's self-defense mechanism activated and made you fall asleep. Or maybe you fainted. He Ji-chu said dryly, waving his hand, okay, go back and rest. I didn't give you any homework, so rest for a week and don't overthink it. Gu Nianji still wanted to know about the doll. Her hand was on the doorknob and she looked like she was about to leave. She made up her mind and asked, Professor He, can you tell me why you have a doll like that? Also, why does that doll look so much like teaching assistant when? Objectively speaking, it was most similar to Wen Shuyi when she was a teenager. Although Wen Shuyi was an adult now, her features were still very similar to when she was a teenager, so Gu Nianji was able to recognize it quickly. She didn't pay much attention to it at first, but as more and more things happened, she began to feel resentful towards the doll that she used to love and never left. You really want to know? He Ji-chu was silent for a moment. You actually already have an idea, don't you? You just want to get confirmation from me. If I could remember the past, I definitely wouldn't have to keep asking Professor He. But Professor He, you seem to know, yet you're hesitating to tell me. What's the reason? Gu Nianji steeled her heart and asked the vague question in her heart. The corners of He Ji-chu's mouth twitched. I hesitated to tell you. Then it's all my fault. I don't know who it was that ran away like a rabbit the moment they saw me. I couldn't even find a chance to talk to you, and now you're saying I'm hesitating. What was a slap in the face? That was, Gu Nianji blushed furiously, but her desire to know the truth overcame everything else. She ignored the awkwardness and insisted, I didn't think so much before, why do you think now? He Ji-chu wasn't easy to fool, and every question struck deep into Gu Nianji's heart. There were some things that Gu Nianji couldn't even say to Hua Xiaoheng, but faced with He Ji-chu's cold and indifferent questioning, she couldn't help blurting them out. I need it now. What need? He Ji-chu's voice grew even colder. He seemed to have foreseen that the answer would not be the one he expected. As expected, Gu Nianji blushed even more. She stammered, because. I want to be with Hua Xiao, but if I don't find out about my past, I'm afraid. So this was the reason. He Ji-chu stood in front of his bedroom door, his heart twisting with pain. He stared at Gu Nianji for a long time before saying, Why? Why do you have to find out the truth of your past before you can be with him? This is determined by his job status, Gu Nianji answered honestly. Since I want to be with him, I naturally have to accept everything he has. So, you can force yourself to do things that you're embarrassed about. He Ji-chu pointed out this point very keenly. Don't you think you're giving too much unilaterally? Have you ever thought that such a relationship could last? Gu Nianji didn't expect He Ji-chu, her mentor, to also be a relationship counselor. She thought about it and said, to me, love is love. I don't want to argue about who gives more. Gu Nianji's words were like sharp knives stabbing into He Ji-chu's heart. No one could see the bloody mess in his heart, and there was no need for anyone to see it. He Ji-chu straightened his back and said stiffly, got it. You can go now. Gu Nianji was even more embarrassed. But Professor He, you haven't said anything yet, I need to think about it. I still need to get someone else's permission before I can give you an answer. Gu Nianji froze. She had originally thought that He Ji-chu knew the whole truth, and as long as he was willing to tell her, she would be able to quickly make up for her lost memories. She didn't expect that he wasn't the person involved. So he came to find her because he was asked by someone else. Gu Nianji began to have a headache again. She looked at He Jichu stubbornly and persistently demanded an answer. Professor He, then do you know or don't you know about my past? He Jichu looked at her deeply and took 2 steps towards her. His tone returned to its usual sharpness. You didn't know the truth before, and you've gotten over it after so long. Now you can't even wait a day for a man. Have you ever thought about how your family feels? Gu Nianji lowered her head. He Jichu's words had dealt a heavy blow to her. In the past 6 years, she really hadn't thought about her parents. She didn't know why, but she wasn't a heartless person. When she was in school, she remembered all the classmates who had been kind to her. She couldn't have been so cold and heartless to her family. She was also puzzled and murmured, Professor He, I was wrong in this matter. If possible, I want to make up for it. He Jichu heard Gu Nianji's words and couldn't help but feel sad. Forget it. Why bother with her? In the end, he would feel worse. Okay, I understand. Go back first and prepare for the teaching assistant exam tomorrow. Your matter won't make you wait long. Gu Nianji only left after receiving He Jichu's confirmation. When she returned to her dorm, she kept thinking that no matter what, she was already close to her goal, wasn't she? For the teaching assistant exam the next day, Gu Nianji performed normally. Her familiarity with He Jichu and understanding of teaching assistant work, as well as her outstanding academic results were all plus points for her. The final result was no surprise. Gu Nianji scored first overall and became He Jichu's temporary teaching assistant. She said it was temporary because there was a 1-month probation period. She would only become an official teaching assistant after the probation period. When He Jichu announced his acceptance on the official website of the B University Faculty of Law, the entire Faculty of Law was in an uproar. Gu Nianji, the student who made He Jichu break his rules twice in a row, instantly became a celebrity in the B University Faculty of Law. Her achievements as a straight-A student at C University were also spread around. What did B University students admire the most? It wasn't family background or appearance. It was intelligence and academic results. As soon as Gu Nianji's straight-A results were spread, even the loudest voices of doubt were silenced. Not only that, but there were also people who said Gu Nianji relied on her connections. Another person came out to slap them in the face. She could have relied on her connections/face, but she chose to rely on her academic results to crush her. If there were still people who overestimated themselves and continued to belittle Gu Nianji, they usually couldn't escape being ridiculed by the crowd. Gu Nianji didn't think that publicizing her academic results would have such a good effect, so she didn't hide it anymore. Because she became He Jichu's teaching assistant, Gu Nianji now needed to go to He Jichu's office every day to help him deal with his emails, sort out his work calendar, and even help him with his lecture plans for undergraduates. He Jichu could see Gu Nianji almost every day now. Although his cold and indifferent attitude hadn't changed, it was much better than before. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised that Gu Nianji had become He Jichu's teaching assistant. What he wanted the most right now was to immediately investigate the He family's situation in South America, but they were separated by more than half of the blue planet, so it would take some time to investigate to the extent that Hua Xiaoheng wanted. During this time, the people at the Special Operations Forces headquarters base were especially careful. They were afraid to run into their boss gun and get shot. The situation in South America was still ongoing, and there were no results for the time being. The major countries confirmed the existence of the Hua Xia Imperial Special Operations Forces because of Su Piaohong's leak. The Hua Xia Empire didn't admit or deny the existence of the Special Operations Forces, which was very different from before. While everyone was shocked, they also began to study new countermeasures and didn't make any moves for the time being. It was currently the time for the Prime Minister's election. Without special authorization, the Special Operations Forces couldn't interfere with domestic affairs. Therefore, compared to the busy government agencies in the Xia Empire, the members of the Special Operations Forces were as relaxed as if they were on vacation. It was Friday afternoon again. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang each occupied one side of the office. They were tapping their feet on the desk, eating snacks, and joking around. Little Zay, you've been hanging out with the sisters for so long. How many bases have you been on? Yin Shixiang asked with a wink. Zhao Liangze threw a book at Yin Shixiang's desk and yelled, "Big Xiong, you're too dirty. I'm just friends with them." What do you mean by how many bases? An innocent person like me doesn't understand at all. TSK, look at how flustered and exasperated you are. Don't tell me you don't even have a first base. Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? Yin Shixiang was just short of slamming the desk and laughing. Pfft. You should deal with your lawyer Jean first. She's been calling you all day, saying it's about Su Piaohong's case, but who can't tell that she has ulterior motives? Zhao Liangze began to attack Yin Shixiang. I'm confused. What's so good about you? Is it worth girls chasing after you? It's none of your business what's good about me. At least I have people chasing after me. You can only chase after them in a roundabout way. Zhao Liangze rolled his eyes and was about to retort when he suddenly saw that Bai Yueran had sent him a message. He immediately opened it and saw that she had politely declined his invitation to dinner again. Zhao Liangze's anger immediately subsided. He looked at Bai Yueran's reply and thought unwillingly, she's asked me out 3 times, but only once. Is she interested in me or not? Zhao Liangze couldn't help but click on Bai Shuang's profile picture and send a message. Shuang, do you have a date tonight? If not, I'll treat you to dinner. Bai Shuang received the message and was overjoyed. She quickly replied, sure, where should we eat? Zhao Liangze felt a little better when he saw the reply. He smiled and sent the restaurant's address over. Bai Shuang quickly replied with an affirmative reply. Yin Shixiang's phone also rang. It was Jean Wani. She was still pestering him to reconcile with Gu Nianji over Su Piaohong's case. Hu Xiaoheng had already said that he would not reconcile, and Gu Nianji did not want to either. Therefore, Yin Shixiang could only repeatedly tell Jean Wani that this matter could not be settled out of court. Jean Wani did not give up and continued to persuade him over the phone. Big Xiong, this matter can actually be big or small. The key is that there were no serious consequences. Before Yin Shixiang could reply, Zhao Liangze suddenly said, Big Xiong, hurry up. There's important news from Japan. Orange alert. Orange alert was the highest alert level for the Special Operations Forces. What? Orange alert. Yin Shixiang immediately hung up and switched off his phone to focus on his work. Soon, the encrypted orange alert from the Special Operations Forces Japanese branch was cracked. Looking at the encrypted message that seemed to be sent by the head of the Japanese branch of the Special Operations Forces, both of their eyes turned red. F***CK. If I find out which B***TCH leaked the secret, I'll kill him myself. Yin Shixiang cursed as he knocked on Hu Xiaoheng's office door with Zhao Liangze. Hu Xiao. Orange alert from Japan. Come in. They pushed the door open and walked into Hu Xiaoheng's office. They placed the cracked orange alert in front of Hu Xiaoheng with serious expressions. On it was written, someone leaked the secret. The Japanese branch was completely wiped out. The Yamaguchi-gumi wants to interfere with the domestic prime minister election. This urgent telegram was obviously not finished. As for the reason, everyone in the search industry was well aware of it. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and immediately issued a few orders. 1. Gather the Japanese Team B members and confirm the safety of Team A. 2. order all members of the Special Operations Forces to be on Level 1 alert. The foreign members are to temporarily lay low and do not carry out any activities. The activities that have already been carried out are to be immediately suspended. 3. The Japanese Yamaguchi-gumi wants to interfere with the domestic prime minister election. I will personally report it and await orders from the higher-ups. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi immediately replied, Roger, Chief. However, as they turned to leave, Zhao Liangzi remembered something and asked, Hua Xiao, what about our special operations in South America? Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a full minute before saying, temporarily suspended as well. 10 minutes later, the Japanese Team B members replied. Almost all of Team A's members had been exposed. More than half of them were dead, and a few had been secretly captured. What awaited them was torture worse than death. Hua Xiaoheng slammed the table and squeezed out the words, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Pass down my orders, capture all the Japanese Secret Service members hidden in the Huaxia Empire and execute them according to the number of people. They'll double the number of our deaths. Yin Shixiang muttered, shouldn't be equal to how many of our deaths. What about them? How many? Double the number was considered equal. One of our people is worth at least 2 of their lives. Do you have a problem with that? Hua Xiaoheng said without looking up. Swish, swish, swish. He ticked off the names of the Japanese Secret Service members in front of him. Every country had their own spies in other countries, but countries like Japan that would execute all members of other countries at the drop of a hat were extremely rare. It could only be said that some countries were vicious by nature, and they could not afford to let their guard down at all. Hua Xiaoheng's private car sped towards the Supreme Military Council. He was furious. In their line of work, the thing they feared the most was being betrayed by their own people. And the person who had betrayed them this time was definitely not a low-ranking person. There was no way they could use the excuse of being a temporary worker to fool them. The private car was almost at the Supreme Military Council when Hua Xiaoheng received a call from Gunyanji. Hua Xiao, when are you coming to pick me up? 2 updates in one today. Thank you for your support. Chapter 448. Hearing Gu Nianji's voice, Hua Xiaoheng finally remembered that he and Gu Nianji had agreed to go crab fishing this weekend. Nianji, I have something urgent to attend to. I can't go back this weekend. Go have fun by yourself. I'll get Big Xiong to give you the keys to the yacht. Oh. Something urgent. Forget it then. There's no point in me going alone. Gu Nianji immediately lost interest when she heard that Hua Xiaoheng couldn't go. Okay, we'll talk about it when it's over. Hua Xiaoheng quickly hung up and watched solemnly as the car drove into the heavily guarded Army Supreme Council. General G, this is the orange-level emergency message we just received from Japan. Hua Xiaoheng presented the cracked encrypted message to the 5 standing committee members of the Army Supreme Council. I've already ordered the execution of the Japanese Secret Service's spies in Huaxia. Oh. Is this true? The 5 military officials were shocked. How could our people be exposed so thoroughly? It was still possible for 1 or 2 of them to be exposed, but it wasn't normal for an entire branch to be exposed. Someone in our higher ranks leaked the information, Hua Xiaoheng replied gravely. It shouldn't be a low-ranking person. That's impossible. General G seemed to find it hard to accept Hua Xiaoheng's suggestion. Why would a high-ranking person do something like this? What benefits would they gain? Because of the election, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Look at the last emergency message our members sent back with their lives. The Japanese Yamaguchi-gumi have interfered in the domestic election. You're saying the Yamaguchi-gumi interfered in the Prime Minister's election? Then we must inform Speaker Long and Prime Minister Do about this and investigate the candidates who participated in the election. Because the Yamaguchi-gumi's interference in the domestic prime minister's election was beyond the scope of the military's authority, Speaker Long and Prime Minister Do needed to step in. Hu Xiaoheng didn't comment further and waited for the officials to come up with a solution. At the same time, Speaker Long and Prime Minister Do also took a private car to the Army's Supreme Council to participate in the meeting. All the most powerful people in the Hua Xia Empire were in this conference room, so the security was increased again. Hu Xiaoheng sat beside General Ji and listened to the officials discuss countermeasures in silence. At this moment, someone knocked on the door and came in to give General Ji a report. General Ji glanced at it, nodded, and said to the people in the conference room, "Our people reacted quickly and have already executed the Japanese Secret Service personnel in China. 1 for us, 2 for them." Prime Minister Do's back was drenched in cold sweat the moment he stepped into the meeting room. Now that he heard General Ji say, "equal punishment," and that it was 1 of them and 2 of the other side, his heart immediately sank and he subconsciously objected, "That's not good, is it? Will it cause a serious diplomatic dispute?" Hu Xiaoheng had been quietly observing the reactions of the people at the meeting. When he heard Prime Minister Do's words, he finally said, "When they killed our people, did they ever consider that it would cause a serious diplomatic dispute? But has it really been proven? Major General Hu, we can't make such an outrageous decision based on your side of the story." Prime Minister Do stared at Hu Xiaoheng intently. "Major General Hu, where's the evidence?" Of course, Hu Xiaoheng had evidence, but evidence from the Special Operations Forces couldn't be casually shown to anyone. "Prime Minister Do, if your security clearance is high enough, I can show you the evidence." In other words, Prime Minister Do wasn't qualified to see the evidence yet. Prime Minister Do felt humiliated. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a dark expression, then turned to Speaker Long. "Speaker Long, does our country's law state that even the Prime Minister can't ask about the Special Operations Forces?" Speaker Long frowned. "I don't think there's an explicit prohibition. It's fine as long as the law doesn't prohibit it." "Major General Hu, you can't disrespect Speaker Long's opinion regarding the law, can you?" Prime Minister Do asked aggressively, almost as if he was giving a speech. Hu Xiaoheng was still calm. He said calmly, "There are always exceptions to everything. The law should already have rules in this area." After a pause, he added, "If there aren't, we should immediately enact a relevant law." Speaker Long raised an eyebrow at Prime Minister Do and said calmly, "There are indeed exceptions. When the Special Military Region was established last year, the Senate specifically passed a law stating that special circumstances should be treated differently, so the specific implementation can be decided by the Special Operations Forces." This was tantamount to overruling Prime Minister Do's suggestion. Prime Minister Do propped his chin on his hand and thought for a while. He didn't pursue the issue of evidence any further and said with a straight face, "If that's the case, then when the Japanese's diplomatic inquiry comes, please deal with it. All right, as long as they dare to ask, we dare to answer." Hu Xiaoheng was very forceful this time. "Also, they've captured a few important members of the Japanese Secret Service. I've also ordered the arrest of a few important members of the Japanese Secret Service. When the time comes, I'll ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to mediate the exchange of prisoners." Prime Minister Do was shocked again. "Why do you want to exchange prisoners? Although I think you're going overboard in ordering the execution of those people, it's not unacceptable. But if you want to exchange prisoners, what do you want to do to our country's reputation?" "Our country's reputation? Who gives you face?" Hu Xiaoheng's expression was solemn and he refused to back down. "Only our own people will give us face. Who cares if foreigners give us face? Are you our country's prime minister or a foreigner's prime minister? But in your line of work, don't you always brag about dying without regrets? Why are you unwilling to die for the sake of the country now?" Prime Minister Do was resentful at the thought of his eldest daughter, who had been sentenced to life imprisonment. He glared at Hu Xiaoheng and knocked on the table. Hua Xiaoheng almost laughed coldly. It's one thing for us to be willing to disregard our own lives, but you're asking others to do the same. Isn't that too shameless? Hua Xiaoheng's words were too harsh, and Prime Minister Dou's words were indeed too shameless. Therefore, although the military officials and Speaker Long disagreed with Hua Xiaoheng's words, they were even more angry with Prime Minister Dou. Our soldiers aren't afraid of death, but that doesn't mean you can force them to die. General Ji was the most displeased. He slammed the table and roared, I support this. As long as there are still people alive, we must find a way to bring them home. Whether it's exchanging prisoners or using other methods, we must try. With General Ji's support, Prime Minister Dou immediately changed his tone. He smiled sheepishly and said, That's not what I meant. General Ji is right, we should think of a way to bring our people home. I'll go talk to the people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and see if we can resolve this through diplomatic channels. Prime Minister Dou drove away with a straight face. Hua Xiaoheng asked Speaker Long and General Ji for authorization. Our people suffered a major setback due to domestic reasons this time. I request the authority to investigate the election within the country. No, the relevant departments within the country will take over and give justice to our sacrificed soldiers. General Ji flatly rejected Hua Xiaoheng's proposal. After the meeting, he explained to Hua Xiaoheng. You already have enough authority. If you give more, some people within the country won't be able to sleep at night. Hua Xiaoheng was flexible and quickly changed his condition. Fine, I won't interfere with the election. But what about the full authority of the Special Operations Forces? After dragging this out for so long, shouldn't they give me an answer? I know, I'll rush them right now. General Ji quickly brought up Hua Xiaoheng's request to the higher-ups. Speaker Long and the Standing Committee members of the Supreme Military Council all disagreed with Hua Xiaoheng's Special Operations Forces interfering in the national election. However, the Special Operations Forces had suffered heavy losses this time, and they had no choice but to appease them. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, as a compromise, they officially granted full personnel authority to the head of the Special Operations Forces, who was now Hua Xiaoheng. When Prime Minister Dou returned to his official residence, he anxiously contacted Yamaguchi Aiko and said in a panic, They seem to have found out. You have to think of a way to distance yourself from me. Yamaguchi Aiko didn't expect the Huaxia Special Operations Forces to be so powerful. Her carefully planned plan was useless, but she quickly thought of another way. She calmly said, Don't worry, I'll help you change the target. Not long after, Yamaguchi Aiko arranged to meet Miao Yunxiao and her aunt, Su Piaohong's mother, at an inconspicuous ice cream shop to talk to Miao Yunxiao. Miss Aiko, your idea didn't work. Miao Yunxiao felt wronged. I'm the unluckiest now. Everyone in my faculty is on Gu Nianji's side. They're a bunch of traitorous snobs. Yamaguchi Aiko didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so quick-witted. She was able to solve such a covert scheme. The situation in the empire had been very tense recently. Not only had Prime Minister Dou informed her, but she had also discovered that several Japanese Secret Service members she had been in contact with had suddenly disappeared. Don't provoke her for now. I'll contact you in a few days. As Yamaguchi Aiko spoke, she deliberately left a few flaws for the people following Su Piaohong's mother to see. After this meeting, Yamaguchi Aiko seemed to have evaporated from the world and couldn't be found again. Miao Yunxiao couldn't get through to Yamaguchi Aiko's phone no matter how hard she tried. Su Piaohong's case was about to be heard, and Su Piaohong's mother was extremely anxious. She had finally gotten permission to leave her house to help Su Piaohong plead with someone, but the Japanese woman who had given them the idea still didn't work. As for Su Piaohong's leak case, someone suddenly revealed new evidence that Su Piaohong's mother and cousin, Miao Yunxiao, had been in contact with a Japanese woman, Yamaguchi Aiko. Due to the Special Operations Forces Team A being wiped out, the severity of her case had risen to another level. This was the first watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 449. Who did you say you went to see? Deputy Chief of Staff Sue, who was under house arrest at home, slapped his wife in shock and anger. Do you have a brain? How can you believe the words of the Japanese? His wife was scared out of her wits. She almost collapsed on the sofa and sobbed. I just wanted to save our daughter. I didn't do anything else. Tell your words to the judge at the military court. The leader of the military police waved his hand indifferently and ordered his men to handcuff Deputy Chief of Staff Sue and his wife and take them away. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue was locked up in the detention center of the special military court. He looked at the small square room and thought helplessly, I was supposed to be demobilized. How did I end up in a detention center? I even have to face prosecution by the special military court. What did I do wrong? The puzzled Deputy Chief of Staff Sue found out what his wife had done the very next day. She leaked information to a member of the Japanese Yamaguchi-gumi. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue sat in the interrogation room, dumbfounded. He looked at the evidence presented by the other party. But, how did she know? That's what I'll have to ask you, Deputy Chief of Staff Sue. The interrogator was expressionless. He hated Deputy Chief of Staff Sue very much. If he had really betrayed his soldiers, then he deserved to die. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue calmed himself down and looked at the evidence carefully. He still refused to admit that his wife had done something like this. This has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with my wife. I want to see her and ask her what happened. Because Deputy Chief of Staff Sue refused to admit that he had done such a thing, Hua Xiaoheng finally agreed to let Deputy Chief of Staff Sue see his wife after the interrogator reported it to him. After they were arrested, they were detained separately. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue's wife saw him and immediately burst into tears. She looked at him and kept sobbing. She couldn't say a word. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue finally managed to calm her down and asked, You have to tell me, where did you get to know this Japanese woman? Deputy Chief of Staff Sue's wife now knew that Yamaguchi Aiko was not an ordinary person, but an important member of the Japanese Yamaguchi-gumi. It was Yun Xiao who told me. She said that there was a very capable person who could help Piao Hong. I believed her and went to meet with her a few times, but we didn't talk about anything else. From start to finish, we only talked about Piao Hong's case. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue's wife was crying her eyes out. Miao Yun Xiao. Where did she get it from? Deputy Chief of Staff Sue frowned. There are some things that even I don't know. How would she know? Because Miao Yun Xiao had direct contact with Yamaguchi Aiko more than once, she was arrested after Yamaguchi Aiko was identified as an important member of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Gu Nianji and Machichi stood at the door of their dorm room and watched as the ashen-faced Miao Yun Xiao was handcuffed and hooded before being taken away by two female police officers. What did she do this time? Gu Nianji was very puzzled. Other than disgusting people, what else can she do? This doesn't match her intelligence. Machichi wanted to laugh but knew it wasn't the right time. She pinched Gu Nianji harshly and said, Don't be sarcastic. Miao Yun Xiao must have gotten into trouble. This time it won't be easy to clean up. Gu Nianji nodded and smiled. Chi-Chi is right. Miao Yun Xiao must have been walking at night for too long and finally met a ghost. The two of them watched from the door for a while before returning to the dorm room to close the door and ignore what was happening outside. Miao Yun Xiao, who was also taken to the detention center of the special military court, was scared out of her wits. She only wanted to help her cousin get off the hook. How did she get herself into trouble? When she saw her uncle and aunt who were imprisoned here, she cried and begged them for help. Aunt, I'm trying to help my cousin. You have to save me. Deputy Chief of Staff Su asked her nervously. Yun Xiao, how did you know someone like Yamaguchi Aiko? Miao Yun Xiao sobbed. Do Ian introduced her to me. She said Yamaguchi Aiko had a lot of connections and could definitely help cousin. I believed her because she was the Prime Minister's daughter. Do Ian. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's eyes lit up. I know. This has nothing to do with us. We should investigate the Does first. He reported the news, but received a negative reply. Do Ian denied knowing Yamaguchi Aiko and even said Miao Yunxiao was deliberately framing her to drag her down. At the same time, the military police found a list of members of the Special Operations Forces in Japan when they searched Deputy Chief of Staff Su's home. This time, the evidence was conclusive and everything was connected. Sugiki, you used your position to steal the list of members of the Special Operations Forces in Japan. The Japanese then contacted your wife through Yamaguchi Aiko and obtained the list from you. This caused almost all of our members to be wiped out. Not only that, but you also tried to frame Do Ian and drag the Prime Minister down with you. That's an additional crime. The interrogator described the case to Deputy Chief of Staff Su and connected all the clues together. Deputy Chief of Staff Su stared at the interrogator, dumbfounded. This time, he was certain that he had been framed. If it wasn't for the list found in his home, he would have suspected that his wife had accidentally leaked the information. But with the list of people framing him, he knew things weren't that simple. Someone needed him to take the blame, so all the clues pointed to him. But the key point was that he still couldn't clear his name. His wife and niece had indeed been in contact with Yamaguchi Aiko several times and were desperate to save Su Piaohong. Yamaguchi Aiko had allegedly promised them that she would rescue Su Piaohong and send her to Japan to start a new life with a new identity. Was his family going to be someone else's scapegoat? Deputy Chief of Staff Su was indignant. Hu Xiaoheng and the others saw the chain of evidence and didn't agree either. Hu Xiao, no matter what, there's no way Deputy Chief of Staff Su could have obtained the list of members of the Special Operations Forces. Zhao Liangze was the first to object because he was the one who maintained the Special Operations Forces system. With Deputy Chief of Staff Su's rank, if he could sneak into the Special Operations Forces system and steal the list, it would mean that there was a huge security hole in the system he maintained. That was one of the main reasons why he didn't agree. He didn't think that anyone had the ability to crack the system's encryption program unless the person had a high security clearance to enter the system unimpeded and directly read the list. Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fists and sat behind his desk. He looked at the chain of evidence on the computer screen and nodded. That's indeed impossible. Someone is trying to shift the blame to me. But why would that person frame Deputy Chief of Staff Su? What's the motive? Yin Shixiang had more questions. From the current situation, Deputy Chief of Staff Su is the most suspicious. He has a motive, a goal, and a means. He doesn't have a means. Our system is very strict and won't allow people who aren't of a high enough rank to enter. Zhao Liangze kicked Yin Shixiang. Don't let him take you away. It's not that I want to take him away, but you have to show me your evidence. Yin Shixiang deliberately argued with Zhao Liangze to give Hu Xiaoheng more time to think about the matter. Even if someone is framing us, this evidence is real. Hu Xiaoheng stared at the list for a long time. This list was indeed stolen from our internet, and the security clearance is very high. Zhao Liangze tensed up and blurted out, Hu Xiao, if this list is real, then it really wasn't stolen from my system. It was copied by someone. Hu Xiaoheng stared at the names on the chain of evidence, his eyes finally landing on Do Ian's name. This person was probably the key to the case. However, Miao Yunxiao couldn't produce any evidence, and Do Ian insisted that she had never met Miao Yunxiao or introduced her. Therefore, the two of them had their own opinions on this matter. The judge couldn't trust either of them, so for the sake of fairness, the judge could only give up on this point and not accept Miao Yunxiao's words. The three of them discussed the process of the case and were all at their wits' end. "Do you guys want some coffee?" Gu Nianji knocked on the door and poked her head in to ask. She was spending the weekend at Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, so Hu Xiaoheng would bring his work back to the suite. This way, they could be closer. Yin Shixiang's heart skipped a beat when he saw Gu Nianji. He waved his hand. "Nianji, come in. See if there's anything suspicious about this case." Hu Xiaoheng understood Yin Shixiang's intentions, so he didn't say anything. It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Mwah. Chapter 450. Gu Nianji actually wanted to help them, but she knew their work was highly confidential and there were many things she couldn't know just because she wanted to. In order not to cause them trouble, she usually didn't take the initiative to suggest anything unless they asked for her help. It was the same this time, so she knew it wasn't against the rules. Walking in with a tray with 3 cups of coffee, Gu Nianji asked with a smile, "What case are you guys discussing? Can I know?" "Of course, you're one of the parties involved, so it's fine for you to know." Yin Shixiang asked her to sit between him and Zhao Liangzi, and told her about Su Piaohong's leak and Yamaguchi Aiko's involvement, including Miao Yunxiao and Dou Ayan's arguments. "That's how it is. We're willing to believe Miao Yunxiao's words, and everyone knows there's something wrong with Dou Ayan, but..." Zhao Liangzi didn't finish before Gu Nianji continued, "But because Miao Yunxiao doesn't have any evidence, the court can't do anything to Dou Ayan just based on her side of the story, right?" "Yes, it's so easy to talk to people who understand." Zhao Liangzi patted her shoulder with a smile, "Even we can't do anything since we don't have a valid reason." The law was about evidence, and evidence was divided into witnesses and material evidence. Witnesses needed an independent third-party witness who had no stake in the case to be effective. Miao Yunxiao was one of the parties involved, so she couldn't be a witness. Even her immediate family couldn't be a witness, because from a legal perspective, the immediate family of the parties involved didn't have independent status. Gu Nianji nodded, "Whoever reports will have to provide evidence. If she doesn't have any other evidence and only has her words, then it's not a good idea to do anything to Dou Ayan." Miao Yunxiao also had a history of lying, so her words were even less credible in court, at least much less than Dou Ayan's. "Fine, you can't do anything either." Yin Shixiang spread his hands and shook his head regretfully, "I thought our genius girl had a good plan." "Get out. Don't give Nianji more pressure." Zhao Liangzi kicked Yin Shixiang's leg, but with Gu Nianji sitting between them, he had a hard time kicking. Hu Xiaoheng sat across from them and said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, come here. You're getting in the way of Big Xiong and Little Zhe." Gu Nianji looked at the blushing Yin Shixiang, then at the embarrassed Zhao Liangzi. She pursed her lips into a smile and walked to Hu Xiaoheng's side to sit down. One was tall and handsome, like a deep abyss and a towering mountain, while the other was beautiful and charming, like a little bird. The two of them sat together. Although there was a difference in age, their aura matched each other perfectly. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi felt as if they had been blinded by the beauty in front of them. The two of them closed their eyes at the same time. Gu Nianji pretended not to see their conflicted expressions and smiled. "Of course there is a way, if Miao Yunxiao isn't lying." "You're saying that Miao Yunxiao might be lying?" Yin Shixiang was stunned. He hadn't considered this possibility at all. "I'm just talking about one possibility. In the absence of evidence from a third party, anything is possible." Gu Nianji turned to look at the side of Hu Xiaoheng's face. He didn't meet her gaze and just sat quietly next to her. His expression was calm and composed. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Gu Nianji sighed inwardly and looked away. She looked at Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi sitting across from her and continued, if we exclude the possibility that Miao Yunxiao is lying, then what we need to do is help her find evidence from a third party. How? She doesn't have any evidence herself and only remembers talking to Do Ayan once. Zhao Liangzi frowned. She doesn't even remember when she said it. Gu Nianji sat up in surprise. Oh. Really? Then Miao Yunxiao shouldn't be lying. Do Ayan really did talk to her. If she was purposely trying to frame Do Ayan, the lie would have been more convincing. Because it was the truth, she didn't put in any effort to explain the cause and effect. It's useless for us to believe it. The key is for the law to believe it as well. Hua Xiaoheng finally spoke. His eyes swept over Gu Nianji's head and stopped on the coffee table in front of him. Gu Nianji noticed from the corner of her eye that Hua Xiaoheng was finally looking at her. Her heart was filled with joy and her earlier frustration was swept away. She quickly flipped through Miao Yunxiao's statement that Yin Shixiang had given her. She said excitedly, I've always believed that as long as something has happened, there must be evidence left behind. The key is whether you can find it or not. How? Didn't you want us to interrogate all the students at B University and see if anyone remembers this meeting? Yin Shixiang snorted. I think we've already thought about your idea, but it wasn't feasible, so we gave up. Also, Miao Yunxiao not only has to prove that she met Do Ayan, but also that Do Ayan introduced Yamaguchi Aiko to her. So even if you can prove the first point, what about the second? I think even if we catch Yamaguchi Aiko, as long as the other party insists that it has nothing to do with Do Ayan, you still won't be able to prove it, right? Zhao Liangzi's finger tapped on the statement. So it's indeed very complicated. Since the other party deliberately planned this, they would be very careful not to leave behind any objective evidence. Yes, they're purposely trying to disgust us. We clearly know what's going on, but we can't prove it legally. Yin Shixiang said as he angrily punched the coffee table. The 3 cups of coffee on the coffee table shook slightly from the punch and spilled coffee. Zhao Liangzi kicked Yin Shixiang again. Go get a tissue to wipe the table. Yin Shixiang smiled sheepishly as he got up to find a thick, absorbent tissue to wipe the coffee stains. Gu Nianji also helped him wipe the coffee table as she began to think quickly. I think we have 2 ways to solve this problem at the same time. 2 ways. Yin Shixiang's eyes widened as he stopped wiping the table. You have 2 ways in the blink of an eye. You're a genius girl indeed. Nianji, I take back what I just said. You're still my idol. Get out. Big Xiong, your words are getting more and more disgusting. Zhao Liangzi couldn't take it anymore and pushed Yin Shixiang away to wipe the table with Gu Nianji. He put on a flattering smile and said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, hurry up and tell us. Ignore that asshole Big Xiong. Gu Nianji smiled as she watched Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi joking around. She threw the dirty tissue into the bin and sat up. The first way is to find direct third-party evidence. I saw Miao Yunxiao say that she met Do Ayan by the lake one Thursday afternoon after her advanced English class. Yes, the famous lake at B University. But so what? Because it's famous, there are many tourists and students there. How do you think we're going to find evidence? Yin Shixiang panicked again. Jin Wani came to me a few times and said that Su Piaohong was dragged down by Miao Yunxiao. Gu Nianji looked at Yin Shixiang again. Brother Xiong, you're quite close with lawyer Jin. Okay, stop making wild guesses and get to the point. Yin Shixiang waved his hand in front of her eyes to interrupt her inquisitive gaze and urged her to tell him her plan. Gu Nianji's slender, fair fingers tapped on the confession material and pointed to this paragraph. If I remember correctly, there are cameras installed around the lake. We just need to pull up the footage from that day and check it. If we can find footage of Miao Yunxiao and Do Ayan talking together, then we can prove that Do Ayan is lying. Are you sure the cameras around the lake can cover the entire area? Zhao Liangzi was excited. But we can try. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly. Yes, but... Hua Xiaoheng thought further. If there are cameras like that around the lake, why didn't anyone tell us about it before? Because Miao Yunxiao's statement was related to Prime Minister Dou's daughter, the military had sent people to the university to investigate the situation. However, no one mentioned it. Gu Nianji's heart sank. You've already sent people to ask. Yes, of course. It's standard procedure. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Hua Xiaoheng noticed the change in Gu Nianji's expression and thought of a possibility. You're saying that the footage might have been deleted. Maybe we're already too late. That's why they're not afraid. Gu Nianji sighed deeply. It's okay. We can start with the second method, but we have to continue with the first one. What do you want to do? This was the first night watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Christmas Eve, so she wanted to give everyone a Christmas Eve present. The second night watch was 1 p.m., and the third night watch was 7 p.m. Chapter 451. Gu Nianji stuck out a finger. First, we still have to go to the university and request for the video recording of that day, even if it's already been deleted. But if it wasn't deleted, we'll naturally find evidence. If it's already deleted. Gu Nianji slowly curled her lips and stuck out a second finger, smiling meaningfully. Second, we have to prove that there's something wrong with Do Ayan and that Prime Minister Do was involved. I got it. That way we don't have to check the video recording, we just have to find out who pressured the university to delete the video recording of that day. They can delete the recording, but they won't expect us to follow the clues. Yin Shixiang jumped up with a smile. I'll go right now. Yin Shixiang practically rushed out of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence suite and immediately headed to the university. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Gu Nianji. So this is your second method? Yes, the first method is to directly find independent third-party evidence. If we can't find it, then what we have to do is prove that Do Ayan is lying. As long as her credibility is also doubted, there's a lot you can do. Gu Nianji finally met Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, then quickly looked away. Just a quick glance was enough to make her heart pound non-stop, and even her cheeks were slightly red. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze lingered on Gu Nianji's slowly reddening earlobes for a moment. He coughed lightly to hide his sudden surge of emotions and looked away to Zhao Liangzi. Little Zhe, go into the university's internet and see if you can establish contact with their surveillance system. Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi quickly stood up, completely unwilling to look at the pair in front of him. Their gazes were poisonous. Just looking at each other was filled with deep, unbreakable affection. It was enough to poison a single dog like him who was on his way to being single. Zhao Liangzi left in a hurry, leaving only Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji in the living room of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence suite. Gu Nianji stood up awkwardly. Hua Xiao, I'm leaving now. She turned to leave, but Hua Xiaoheng's hand moved faster than his heart and automatically grabbed Gu Nianji's arm. Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji turned around in shock, her gaze moving from Hua Xiaoheng's hand to Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng didn't understand why he instinctively grabbed Gu Nianji's arm. Did he not want her to leave, or did he have more to ask her? Unfortunately, his hand only stayed for less than 10 seconds before he let go nonchalantly. Thank you for today. Hua Xiao, why are you being so polite? Gu Nianji didn't want to leave either, but Hua Xiaoheng had been very busy recently, so she obediently didn't bother him. But to her, as long as she could see Hua Xiaoheng, all her resentment disappeared. Moreover, Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her arm and looked like he didn't want her to leave right away. Fine, maybe Hua Xiaoheng wasn't grabbing her arm because he didn't want her to leave, but Gu Nianji was willing to let her imagination run wild. Gu Nianji sat down again and snuggled up to Hua Xiaoheng. She rested her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Hua Xiao, did you miss me too?" Hua Xiaoheng felt awkward and quickly glanced at the hidden camera in the living room. He stood up calmly and pulled Gu Nianji up as well. Gu Nianji didn't understand. She followed Hua Xiaoheng into his bedroom. As soon as the door closed, Hua Xiaoheng turned around and pressed her against the door. He lowered his head and kissed her. His lips had always been scorching hot, and whenever they were pressed against hers, it always made her feel like she was on fire. She couldn't help reaching out and hugging Hua Xiaoheng's neck tightly. Hua Xiaoheng held her waist with one hand and the back of her neck with the other. He held her in place and stretched out, showing her everything to him. Kissing her lips that were as soft as rose petals, Hua Xiaoheng finally realized how strong his desire for her was. It was so strong that he couldn't stop as soon as he touched her. His years of training had all gone to waste on her. Hua Xiaoheng reminded himself but couldn't stop himself. He sucked on her lips. The tip of his tongue pried open her lips and delved inside. He explored there, searching for the feeling that made him addicted. Being loved deeply by the person you loved deeply was probably what it felt like. Gu Nianji clung to Hua Xiaoheng tightly. The joy and satisfaction in her heart were about to explode. Her entire chest couldn't contain all of her feelings. Wherever his lips and tongue wandered, he left his mark on her body. Gu Nianji felt that if she were to be dissected and examined carefully, every inch of her body would have the word Hua Xiaoheng written all over it. She belonged to him. She wanted him to belong to her too. He wanted to belong to her like she belonged to him. "Hua Xiao, do you love me?" Gu Nianji asked between his lips and tongue. She went straight down to his heart. How could he not love her? He uttered a syllable with a heavy nasal voice. At the same time, he swallowed every word she said and stored it safely. "What do you mean by I don't want you to I want you to say it." Gu Nianji was a little braver. She pounded his shoulder relentlessly. Although she couldn't breathe because of him, she still had to ask the questions that needed to be asked. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled softly. He released her lips and looked down. Her lips, which were like rose petals, were slightly swollen from his kisses. She pouted as if she was forever inviting someone to kiss her. She really was born with lips that were very suitable for kissing. Hua Xiaoheng leaned down and kissed her swollen lips again. Then he pressed his forehead against hers and said in a very low voice, "Love." Although it was still 2 words away, Gu Nianji was already very satisfied. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng tightly and stood on her tiptoes to take the initiative to kiss him. This time, it was her turn to take the initiative. Her soft and plump lips rubbed against Hua Xiaoheng's. She didn't use much strength, but it tickled Hua Xiaoheng's heart. As soon as he thought about it, his body was out of his control. Hua Xiaoheng lifted her in the air and pressed her against the door. Gu Nianji trembled in fear. Her entire body stiffened, but she didn't move. She didn't dare to push Hua Xiaoheng away. Hua Xiaoheng felt her stiffening and gradually regained his senses. He let go of her and shifted his body. He panted in her ear and tilted his head to kiss her earlobe. His deep voice was filled with desire as he whispered in her ear, "Little darling, don't be nervous. I won't hurt you." He kept kissing Gu Nianji's earlobe and felt her stiff body finally soften. He whispered in her ear, Can you give it to me?" Gu Nianji's face was completely red. She gritted her teeth and leaned on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder without making a sound. She felt the devastation. She clearly wanted to resist, but her body yearned for more. "Little darling, we're here. What should I do?" Hua Xiaoheng chuckled, and his chest echoed. He picked her up and turned to walk to the large bed in the bedroom. He threw her onto the bed and used his other hand to take out a condom from the bedside table. He pressed his fingers together and the condom was undone. Gu Nianji curled up on the bed and looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. She suddenly couldn't resist. She had only wanted to kiss him to ease her longing. How did she get so engrossed in the kiss that she ended up kissing him on the bed? Gu Nianji wanted to get up and run away, but she hesitated when she remembered that they hadn't been intimate for several months. She was his girlfriend, so she had this obligation, right? Or was it only the wife who had this obligation? But Hu Xiaoheng was quite amazing and had made her feel very comfortable. Gu Nianji bit her lip and refused to admit that she also wanted that a little. Just as she was hesitating and struggling, her body and mind had already lost control. Every time, it brought endless pleasure and numbness. She had died several times, but Hu Xiaoheng still refused to give her a quick death. She couldn't take it anymore and wanted to take the initiative to fight back. Hu Xiaoheng fixed Gu Nianji's hands above her head with one hand and held her slender waist tightly with the other to prevent her from moving. He was still too strong. Gu Nianji couldn't move anymore and could only be as soft as a puddle of water. Her entire body and mind were indescribably satisfied. Even the tips of her toes curled up as she waited for his fatal blow. When the last moment arrived, a white light flashed in front of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes. He hugged the panting Gu Nianji tightly and vaguely thought that she was his poison. How could he get rid of her? He could love, but he couldn't be addicted. This was the second night after the changes. It was also the last night on Christmas Eve. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 452. Hu Xiaoheng resolutely got up and walked into the bathroom to wash up. The sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Gu Nianji was still twitching on the bed like she was having a pendulum. She was really exhausted this time. Hu Xiaoheng acted like he hadn't seen a woman in 800 years. He tossed and turned her over and over and had sex with her several times. She couldn't even lift a finger, but Hu Xiaoheng could still get up and go to the bathroom to shower as if nothing had happened. She wanted to shower too, but she didn't think Hu Xiaoheng would be that considerate. Also, she didn't want to go to the bathroom now. What if Hu Xiaoheng saw her and asked her to save water again? Gu Nianji could only let herself be paralyzed on the bed and not move. Not long after, her eyelids started to fight and she couldn't keep them open. At that moment, she heard Zhao Liang's voice from the intercom. Hu Xiao, Big Xiong found some clues. Do you want to take his call? Gu Nianji bit her lip and slowly slid into the blankets. Like an ostrich, she hid her head. Hu Xiaoheng had these intercoms everywhere in his room. Not only were there in the living room, but there were also in the study, bedroom, and bathroom. It was so that he wouldn't miss any critical information. Hu Xiaoheng was showering in the bathroom, but the sound of running water couldn't drown out the sound of the intercom. He turned off the water and said into the intercom, "I'll come to the office building right away." Coming out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist, Hu Xiaoheng changed into his military uniform and said to Gu Nianji on the bed without looking back, "Go back to your room. I'm going to the office building." With that, he strode out of his bedroom. He looked like something big had happened, but only he knew. He was afraid that if he turned back, he wouldn't be able to leave again. Gu Nianji poked her head out from under the covers and watched Hu Xiaoheng's back disappear through the door. She felt a bit awkward. The two of them had just been so intimate, but Hu Xiaoheng had turned around and left without coaxing her or being affectionate with her for a while. Gu Nianji had also heard what Zhao Liangzi said through the intercom. It wasn't a particularly urgent official matter. Why couldn't Hu Xiaoheng come over and hug her again? Gu Nianji pouted and got out of bed unhappily. She picked up Hu Xiaoheng's scattered clothes and put them on. Then she left Hu Xiaoheng's suite without looking back. After returning to her room, Gu Nianji packed her things. She didn't call in Xixiang or Zhao Liangze. She carried her backpack and suitcase as she left the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. She walked all the way to the intersection of the main road, hailed a taxi, and took it back to school. Although it was only Saturday, she didn't want to stay at Hu Xiaoheng's place. When she returned to her dorm, she realized that Ma Qiqi wasn't in her room. She must have gone back for the weekend. Gu Nianji went to the bathroom alone to take a shower. She wrapped her hair up and walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her. She sat in front of her desk and began her skincare routine by fiddling with the bottles and jars on the bookshelf on the second floor. Finally, she put on a facial mask and took her iPad to the bed to sit down. However, she couldn't bear to read the professional books on the iPad. She mulled over her own emotions and felt that she shouldn't be doing this. But deep down, she also felt that she had the right to do this. She knew it wasn't Hu Xiaoheng's fault, but she didn't want to admit it. She felt that her relationship with Hu Xiaoheng had entered an indescribable bottleneck for the first time. She used to think that as long as Hu Xiaoheng was willing to be with her, she would do anything. Later, when Hu Xiaoheng got together with her, she realized that her demands had increased. She was no longer willing to do anything. Was this what human nature meant when given an inch, one would want a foot? Or was this a necessary part of their relationship? A one-sided relationship would never have a future. But what defines the relationship between two sides? Gu Nianji couldn't figure it out. She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She forced herself to read the professional books and thought about Miao Yunxiao's case. Before she left, she heard Zhao Liangze say that Yin Xixiang had found some clues at B University. Did that mean that they already had some leads and knew who pressured B University to delete the video records? At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze were in the central control room at the Special Operations Forces headquarters. They were video calling Yin Xixiang while checking the records from the B University intranet. Hu Xiao, I used my identity as a municipal police officer to ask the relevant personnel in the B University IT department about the cameras by the lake. Guess what? The person told me that a few of the cameras by the lake were broken due to lack of maintenance. They just discovered the problem and just replaced the cameras. Yin Xixiang smiled like a fox. I asked if I could take a look at the broken cameras, and they actually told me that they'd already been destroyed. Ha, that's a blatant lie. Zhao Liangze couldn't stop laughing. They even want to destroy physical evidence. Unfortunately, they don't know that the camera records are all uploaded to the cloud. There are a lot of procedures needed to destroy the records in the cloud, so there are traces everywhere. Yin Xixiang was also grinning from ear to ear in the video. I didn't expect there to be so much evidence. We were at a dead end before and only wanted to find direct evidence. Nianji is smart, and she's too good at exploiting loopholes in the law. Zhao Liangze smiled. It was hard to tell if he was complimenting or criticizing her. Hu Xiaoheng glared at him. Nianji never exploits loopholes in the law. Zhao Liangze and Yin Xixiang both shut their mouths. It's because there are too many loopholes in the law. Nianji helps them fill in the gaps. Hu Xiaoheng continued with a slight smile. He looked very proud of her. Zhao Liangze and Yin Xixiang closed their eyes. Hu Xiao's proud expression was too glaring. They needed to wash their eyes or they wouldn't be able to face Gu Nianji in the future. Although they didn't approve of Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji being together, all the signs showed that a small fry couldn't shake a large tree. If these two decided to be together, small fry like them couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. In terms of intelligence, both of them combined couldn't compare to Gu Nianji. In terms of martial arts, both of them combined couldn't compare to Hu Xiaoheng. So what could they do? Out of sight, out of mind. Hu Xiaoheng ignored their strange expressions and ordered Yin Shixiang through the video, pull up the phone records of the Prime Minister's official residence and the principal's office. Find out who called the relevant people at B University. I believe the person pressuring them must be someone from the Prime Minister's official residence. If Do Ayin really didn't have any contact with Miao Yunxiao, then why did Prime Minister Do pressure B University to delete the video records and destroy the cameras? Also, deleted cloud records could be recovered within a certain period of time using technology. By Sunday morning, Yin Shixiang had made significant progress in his investigation. He didn't sleep all night in the telecommunications building at B University and found quite a few records. As he transferred and uploaded them, he also sealed them to prevent anyone from touching them. When he came out of the telecommunications building, it was still early. He wanted to go to the B University cafeteria for breakfast before going back. He didn't expect to see Gu Nianji carrying a food tray and walking with He Zhichu as soon as he stepped into the cafeteria. They seemed to be talking. Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at He Zhichu with a happy smile. He Zhichu's expression was still cold and aloof, but his gaze on Gu Nianji's face was unexpectedly gentle. It was the third watch. Today was Christmas Eve and they were celebrating at the third watch. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Wishing everyone peace and happiness. Chapter 453. Yin Shixiang's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head, thinking he was hallucinating because he hadn't slept the entire night. Was it Sunday or Monday? Why was he seeing Gu Nianji in the cafeteria? Was it already Monday? He hadn't stayed up all night, but all day. Perhaps Yin Shixiang's gaze was too obvious, and Gu Nianji felt it. She turned her head and met his gaze. Oh. Brother Xiong, what are you doing here? Gu Nianji walked over with a smile and studied Yin Shixiang's tired face and eyes. She seemed to understand. You didn't sleep all night. Are you here for breakfast? Let me remind you, the meat buns here are the best, along with a bowl of fragrant cornmeal porridge, a fried dough stick, and a boiled egg. It's nutritious and healthy. Yin Shixiang had always admired Gu Nianji's observational skills. He smiled and nodded to He Zhichu, who was standing silently next to him. Good morning, Professor He. He Zhichu nodded coldly in response, then said to Gu Nianji, I'll go out first and wait for you at the door. He walked out alone. Yin Shixiang finally looked at Gu Nianji and asked in confusion, Is it Sunday or Monday today? Why are you here? He remembered that Gu Nianji went to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence for the weekend and usually stayed until Sunday evening before returning to school. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. She couldn't tell Yin Shixiang that she had a small conflict with Hu Xiaoheng, so she said vaguely, I remembered that I still had homework to do, so I came back early. Also, Hu Xiao and you guys are so busy, so I had nothing to do over there. Oh, I see. Go do your work then. I'm going to have some breakfast, then report back. Yin Shixiang didn't say anything else. He nodded to Gu Nianji and went into the cafeteria. Gu Nianji quickly walked to He Zhichu, who was waiting at the door. She didn't know that not long after she left, Yin Shixiang turned around and took a photo of her with a hidden pinhole camera. In the photo, Gu Nianji was facing the camera and smiling at He Zhichu, who was standing at the door. He Zhichu stood tall, his hands in his trouser pockets. He stood under the signboard at the entrance of the cafeteria, his gaze focused on Gu Nianji. The scene was unexpectedly harmonious and loving. After Yin Shixiang returned to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, he took out his pinhole camera and took a picture. Only then did he realize what kind of picture he had taken. He had only been filming Gu Nianji's daily life out of habit. He hadn't expected to capture her interaction with He Zhichu. Big Xiong, what are you looking at so intently? Zhao Liangze walked over and poked his head over to look at Yin Shixiang's computer screen. He exclaimed, Ha. This is Nianji and Professor He. Yeah, I met him at the entrance of B University's cafeteria this morning. Yin Shixiang spun around in his swivel chair and looked back at Zhao Liangze in confusion. Isn't it Sunday today? Why did Nianji go back to school? When did she go back? Zhao Liangze knew about this. He said, she went back last Saturday night. Hua Xiao only found out this morning. Oh. Yin Shixiang paused, then said mysteriously, did Hua Xiao have any reaction? I don't think so. Zhao Liangze crossed his arms and rubbed his chin. What reaction could Hua Xiao have? Do you think Nianji has eyes for anyone else? Yin Shixiang choked and muttered, that's hard to say. Nianji is still young and hasn't matured. Maybe she'll fall in love with someone else. Pfft. Say that to Hua Xiao's face if you dare. Let's see what happens to you. Zhao Liangze kicked Yin Shixiang and went back to his work. The information Yin Shixiang brought back was very valuable. Zhao Liangze already had an idea and was going to organize it for Hua Xiao. Around 3:00 on Sunday afternoon, Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang went to see Hua Xiaoheng together. Hua Xiaoheng did not return to his own residence. Instead, he stayed in his office in the office building. Seeing Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze walk in excitedly, Hua Xiaoheng put down his pen and leaned back on the swivel chair. He asked calmly, you got something? We found a lot of clues. Yin Shixiang walked over excitedly with Zhao Liangze to show Hua Xiaoheng the information they had found. Prime Minister Dou's official residence did indeed call the principal of B University frequently in the past few days. Some of the calls were even between the Prime Minister's office and the principal's line. These two calls can be confirmed to be between Prime Minister Dou and the principal. Zhao Liangze also logged into the cloud computing system and displayed the information he had saved on Hua Xiaoheng's computer screen. Look, these relationship diagrams prove that Prime Minister Dou is definitely involved in this. Hua Xiaoheng took the mouse and scrolled down each frame carefully. As he looked, he questioned Yin Shixiang about the details. Put this information together with the deleted footage from the B University lakeside camera that Little Zay recovered. Not only can it prove that Dou Ayin is lying, but it can also prove that her father, Prime Minister Dou, knows everything. Hua Xiaoheng frowned slightly. If that's the case, can we get them to investigate if Prime Minister Dou is related to Yamaguchi Aiko? Yes, Hua Xiao, Prime Minister Dou is the new Prime Minister, but he will also be participating in this year's election and is seeking re-election. So could it be that Prime Minister Dou is one of the candidates that the Yamaguchi Gumi is involved in? Zhao Liangze asked excitedly with both hands on Hua Xiaoheng's desk. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Zhao Liangze in surprise. He smiled slightly and praised him. I didn't expect Little Zay to be able to link all these things together. You have indeed improved. Of course. Look at who I've been hanging out with lately. Zhao Liangze almost laughed maniacally with his hands on his hips. This is what director Bai Yueran reminded me about. She's amazing. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang both knew that Zhao Liangze liked Bai Yueran very much. But at the moment, they couldn't tell if Bai Yueran had romantic feelings for him or not. However, Bai Yueran's cousin, Bai Shuang, was very interested in Zhao Liangze. Hua Xiaoheng remembered that he should remind Zhao Liangze not to date Bai Shuang anymore if he didn't like her. Big Xiong, go out and summarize all this information. Remove any evidence of improper methods, then send the main parts to General Ji and Speaker Long. Let's see how they handle it. Hua Xiaoheng could only investigate this much because it was related to the Japanese branch of the Special Operations Forces. However, he couldn't interfere with the actual Prime Minister election. Yin Shixiang responded loudly and left Hua Xiaoheng's office with the flash drive. Zhao Liangze looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, what about me? Hua Xiaoheng looked up at him. He pursed his lips and pointed to the seat across from his desk. Little Zay, sit. It seemed like he had something to say. Zhao Liangzi suddenly became nervous. He quickly sat in the leather chair that Hu Xiaoheng had pointed out to him and looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a nervous expression. Hu Xiaoheng put one hand on the armrest of the leather swivel chair and the other on the desk with a pen. He tapped it twice and said, "You have to pay attention to your personal issues. You know about Bai Shuang's father. Don't waste time on things that don't end well." Zhao Liangzi didn't like Bai Shuang anyway, so he didn't feel much pressure. He quickly nodded. "I know, Hu Xiao. I will pay attention." However, Hu Xiaoheng was so clear when it came to other people, but what about himself? When Zhao Liangzi got up to leave Hu Xiaoheng's office, he suddenly said, "Hu Xiao, you are the chief. Your personal issues don't need us subordinates to worry about, right? You know more than we do." He was implying that Hu Xiaoheng knew that there might be no future with Gu Nianji, but he still allowed him to start a relationship with her. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at him and nonchalantly said, "Go out." He didn't look at Zhao Liangzi again. Instead, he turned his gaze to the computer screen. At that moment, the screen displayed the photo that Yin Shixiang had taken of He Zhichu and Gu Nianji standing in front of the B University's Peony Garden cafeteria. In the morning light, Gu Nianji's side profile was even more beautiful than the morning sun. He Zhichu's eyes were full of love as they lightly fell on Gu Nianji's smile. This was the first watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Mwah. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.